There is a trade. Junior really cutting it close there.
On the back foot here, trying to defend.
And he's going to connect, but missed the follow-up, and he goes down. Defense. Oh, wow.
Wait a second. What? Oh,
Oh, gets blown up from the blue zone. Too strong, way too good. And here they go to take a huge chicken dinner.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Titan Series. It is so good to be back. My name's Powerbang. I'll be your host for this weekend's festivities, and it has been some time since we've been live on air with the Titan Series and PUBG Mobile Esports, and I'm so excited to get back with the program. Let's bring on our casters for the evening. We've got none other than Enigma as well as Neptura. Both of you guys, welcome to the show. Enigma, talk to me, man. How you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling great. And, you know, Titan Series, we're bringing it back. When the number goes up, that means we're doing something right. You know, we're going from 4 to 5, and especially today, with it being the Challenger Finals, I'm hoping it lives up to our expectations in terms of that PUBG Mobile action everyone's here to see.
Absolutely. Neptura, we just wrapped up PMSL, the qualifiers, both in, this side of the globe as well as yours. You've been casting some esports and whatnot lately. You've been checking it out. Big fan. Welcome back to the Titan Series. Talk to us about what you're looking forward to for this season.
Oh, so much, PB. I've missed Titan series so much. I'm so excited that I'm back, that we're ready to go again with season 5. As you know, as Enigma said, it's only got to get better from here, right? Season 5 is going to be awesome. I'm super excited to see what these teams have in store. There's a lot of new names on the board, so I'm really excited to check out some new blood in this scene.
100%. So let's talk a little bit about the format, because some things have changed since you guys have last checked out the Titan series. Last year, we had ourselves 4 teams, qualifying through to the challengers, etc. But let's go ahead and take a peek at what is going down tonight. First off, over this past week, we've had qualifiers, both in the Premier Division and the Challenger Division. 85 teams competed in the Challenger Division, and the top 10 from that group have made it through to the Challenger Finals here tonight. And they'll be joined by the bottom 6 from the Premier qualifiers, who will be struggling and fighting their way to keep their spot to go through to the Premier Finals, which will be taking place tomorrow. Now, the top 6 from tonight's events in the Challenger Finals will be moving on, and anyone that does not make the top 6 tonight will be, unfortunately, eliminated. They'll have to try again next season, and I will say it's super important to keep in mind that tomorrow's Premier Finals, the top 10 from there, will be moving on to the PMSL Fall Qualifiers for the Americas region, which is absolutely massive. There's a way to actually qualify through now from the Titan Series to the Pro Circuit, and it's not just 1 or 2 teams like it was in past seasons, it's 10. So Titan Series has leveled up for sure. Let's talk a little bit about the scoring information here tonight. Enigma, walk us through the match points.
Yeah, for the most part, it's the same as it's been for the last year and a half, 2 years now almost. You're starting with first place getting 10 points, second place gets 6, and it goes all the way down to essentially you got to be in that top 8 range still to be getting at least 1 placement point. Each elimination's worth 1 point as well. But these teams as well tonight, some of those teams are being rewarded bonus points. Challenger Finals teams, they're getting +5. We're seeing the top 1 through 10 getting some placements. So the leaderboard, some teams will have a bit of an advantage, but like we've seen in the past, it doesn't mean much to some teams.
Absolutely. So coming into tonight, just a few teams here will be having some bonus points at their disposal. And again, that's to reward consistent play over the course of the qualifiers earlier on this week. But Titan Series has leveled up also in prize pool. Neptura, talk to us a little bit about this season's prizes.
Well, this is just huge, isn't it? I've rarely seen an event with such a large prize pool. It's so nice to see. 20 grand is our total prize pool here for the Titan Series. First is going to get a big old $10,000. I mean, that is huge for any team, right? I mean, and it's still huge as you go down the ranking here. Second, getting 5 grand. Third, $3,000. Fourth, $1,500, and fifth, $500, which is still a lot. You're probably looking at splitting it 4 different ways. It's not all that hard to make some bank here.
Absolutely. For a week of PUBG Mobile esports, I will take that type of payout for sure. Really nice to see the prize pool leveling up for the Titan Series as we move forward. But I want to know who's competing for that prize pool, right? We got 20 grand on the line here this weekend, and here are your teams that are competing in the Challenger Finals. A couple of familiar faces here, but also, Enigma, there's a lot of teams here that maybe we're seeing for the first time and are looking to make a name for themselves.
Yeah, for the most part, the big name for me has got to be 3D Max. They were actually the first place team from the Challenger qualifiers. They had a total of 127 elimination points, 183 total points themselves. But the 127, I'm stressing that a lot because they had more points than just eliminations to every team below third place. So we're looking at Bullet Club, we're looking at Lotus Esports, Extreme Souls. They had more points in elims than those teams had combined. So I'm really interested in seeing how that team is going to be able to shape up against the premier teams that were relegated down here tonight.
Absolutely. Neptura, is there any team here that kind of piques your interest here as one to keep an eye on over the course of tonight's games?
Yeah, for sure. I got to shout out my boy from Team Fate over here. He's one of the people that has been watching my streams and everything, and he let me know he's super nervous for tonight, but he did make it to Challenger Finals. So big shout out there, and I'm really looking forward to see how he plays.
Shout out Team Fate. We'll be keeping an eye on you as the night progresses. And again, guys, we are playing 6 games tonight, and it is all about who ends up on the top of that leaderboard after those 6 games. But we're going to be starting off, again, as I mentioned before, with some bonus points. So there will be a few teams here that do have a head start into tonight's action. So the teams that were relegated down from the Premier Division qualifiers will come in with 5 points. So they've got a bit of a head start here on some teams, but those that crushed it in Challenger, we're looking at like the 3D Max, Team Raid, Golden Boys, and the like. They will start off with a bit of a head start here tonight. So again, we're starting not necessarily from 0, but I expect these bonus points to become less and less important as the games go on. There are no opportunities to gain more bonus points as we continue the games tonight, so it's all about what happens out on those battlegrounds. Enigma, walk us through the maps for tonight. Curious to see if we see a similar rotation for the maps that we will be playing versus what we've seen in previous esports events.
Yeah, for the most part, we're talking it's 6 matches on the night. We are actually starting with Erangel, the tried and true map everyone likes to play, but it's actually going to be alternated a bit. We're going Erangel, Miramar, Erangel as that first 3, Sandhawk being thrown right in the middle as that sort of, I guess, little goat kicker in it. We've got Miramar and Erangel, though, for that 5 and 6 slot to end the night. And for these teams, I'd like to kind of go back to that mention of the bonus point stuff is, I'd like to think that those bonus points don't matter too much, but we saw with those PMSL NA qualifiers, with last Titan series and stuff like that, when it came to those, middle ground placements where you're right on that border of qualifying to the next stage, it was really only 1 or 2 points that was separating these teams. So I'm hoping that these teams don't let those bonus points affect them tonight and that they're able to get a strong enough lead to be able to make it to that next stage of the tournament.
The teams that come out and take control of their own destiny, that really come out and just crush it tonight, I don't think they're going to have anything to worry about. Again, the top 6 will be moving on. That is a good chunk of the lobby tonight. So again, anyone that comes out and really seizes their destiny, I expect to do incredibly well. But as you mentioned, it always seems to come down in the mid-tier to 1 or 2 points that separate someone from moving on, someone from going home. And that, we hope to avoid it. But again, I feel like it's almost inevitable at this point. So at that point, we'll look at the performance from the Challenger and Premier qualifiers this week and hopefully reward some of those teams that are super, super consistent. Now, Neptura, I am hearing some rumors that there may be a Coops floating around in this lobby. Somebody like real Coops, not necessarily somebody with Coops' name. So I'm hearing he's suiting up for 3D Max, and again, top team coming out of the Challenger Finals. What are you looking forward to from them coming into today?
I'm looking forward to my boys 3D Max, of course, the French team. Coops is a really interesting addition, and I'm really excited to see how that works. I mean, we all know he's got a lot of power behind him. Coops is a very celebrated player for good reason. Why is there a fly? And it's really I'm looking forward to this. But I gotta say I love his name, 3D Max Carry, because he feels like he's gonna carry this team, and I want to see it. Live up to the name, Coops.
All right, so I'm gonna kind of throw some things your way, Enigma, here. Obviously, we need to pick some teams that we think are going to do well tonight. I'd love for you to come up with 3 teams that you think are going to, for sure, move on after tonight. And Neptura, I'll ask you the same question in a moment, but give me 3 teams that you think have a really good shot here of moving on to the Premier Finals tomorrow night.
Well, if we're looking at the Premier teams, let me look at the notes real quick. I'm looking at XYQ. I'm looking at 3D Max, of course, when they had that huge elimination round in the qualifiers. And for my 3rd team, it's got to be Lotus Esports. I'm throwing a wild card pick in there. These 3 teams, we've seen some namesakes on them. I'm talking about the likes of Coops on carry. I'm talking about HH24 Intensa, previous Ghost Gaming, Tempo Storm players, PK, I mean, you can add the list on for them, so to speak. But these teams themselves, including Lotus Esports, we've seen them compete in the past. We've seen these players come back time and time again. I'm hoping they're able to show results that match their prowess.
That's a great selection there. We'll see if that indeed comes true. Neptura, talk to us about your prediction. Give us a few teams here that you think are going to move on.
Well, right off the bat, it's got to be 3D Max. It's got to be Team Fate. But you know what? The third one, I'm liking the vibes off of Extreme Souls. I want to see what they're going to be doing, how they're going to be playing. I'm pretty sure that's a name from last year as well. So I want to see them come back and do something here for Season 5.
I love it. I've got a few favorites myself. Some of them you guys have already hit. So again, 3D Max, I definitely think is going to be primed to move on. XYQ, I'm liking the looks of their squad as well coming in. I like Reality to move on. Extreme Slayers to move on. The list goes on here. We'll see how. I gave you 4 more than 3, but those are teams that I think are definitely primed and well suited, both from an experience level as well as just having that firepower on the roster. And we'll see how it works out for them moving forward. Again, to recap what's going on tonight, guys, this is the Challenger Finals. The top 6 teams from tonight will be moving on to join the top 10 from Premier Qualifiers. They'll all participate in the Premier Finals tomorrow night. So again, top 6 is the bar that everyone is shooting for. And today, we are getting into game number 1. Enigma, Erangel up next. Let's get your prediction for who takes this first map of the night.
First game, I'm throwing them on the spot right now. XYQ's got to get the win. They've got too much history. We're talking Valak. We're talking Juancho. He actually even showed up to the LAN event for Titan Gaming at PMSL Americas. The other 2 players, they've been on stage themselves as well. Now, with this being online, I expect those nerves nonetheless to still maybe be there, to be there. But this squad, they've got too much of a resume for them to disappoint me.
Neptura, hit us with your pick for match 1 on Erangel.
I think it's got to be 3D Max. They won the Challenger qualifiers, right? They're going to want to come out with a bang tonight, PB. I'm picking them.
I also am going to front run a little bit. I hear Coops. I click like. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to go with 3D Max as well for my pick for the first match. We'll see after this first match how they're gelling, how everybody looks in the lobby, and maybe adjust some things moving forward. But I'm with you. I'll go 3D Max for the first game as well. We are ready to drop into Erangel for our first map of the evening. The players have loaded in 64 in the plane, and it's time to get it on. The Challenger Finals kick off now. Neptura and Enigma take us away.
Game 1, Titan Series, baby. Thank you, of course, Powerbang. If you're just joining now, of course, we are going to be starting off on Erangel. Make sure, of course, to follow on the socials down in the bottom left. Get all the action, that sort of stuff. One thing I'd like to bring up, Neptura, we haven't worked together for a good bit. I don't know if it was me, smelling, or maybe I just looked kind of funny to you, or, maybe I just rubbed you the wrong way previously.
Never.
But I had to address the elephant room.
Of course. No, it's been an absolute crime. We've not worked together since, season 4, season 3, something like that. It's been forever.
Hey, I always enjoy it, though, of course, especially working with PB as well and everyone else. Obviously, now we're coming into Erangel. We're seeing the plane path. It's starting right down here in Milton Power, going all the way up northwest towards that Zarky spot. One thing I'd like to address, Neptura, you had really big faith with 3D Max and stuff like that. The Challenger teams that qualified in. I'm more of a fan of the Premier teams, going from the track record from the previous Titan series and stuff like that. Do you think anyone's going to be hot dropping these games, or do you think everyone's got respect on drop spots?
I really hope they don't hot drop. Yes, it's fun, but we've only got 6 games, right, Enigma?
Yeah.
We've only got 6 chances to get that top 6. I think qualifying is far more important than ego drops for your drop spot. There's so many places on these large maps, right? Maybe Sandhawk, maybe that's a little different, but you really have no excuse for hot dropping here. I know.
Yeah. And I mean, one thing I'd like to note as well is, the team XYQ. I talk about them so much because they've actually given me the opportunity to watch their qualifiers and stuff like that. They private streamed it to me and stuff like that. So I had a bit of an idea. And this team actually chose to swap from Yasnaya to that eastern drop spot. One team, though, that actually decided to fight each other, we're actually looking at a Rozhawk hot drop. So Reality losing one player, it looks like already, unfortunately. Now, I mean, we're seeing it off in the distance as well. There's a team School maybe coming in for the third party. These teams, I'm not liking this.
Yeah, it's very central. I mean, I understand why they're doing it, right? Rozhawk is such a central part. It's very important strategically on the map. However, you don't need to be doing this much. Certainly not. It's not enough for 3 teams to all be here, right?
Yeah.
DEve's got a very interesting, what looks like a 2-2 split there, which I don't hate, but it almost feels like they didn't actually realize that there were going to be other teams here, and they've been caught out unawares. So could look a little dicey for them right off the bat.
Yeah, and those bonus points as well. I mean, they'll start really biting you in the butt if you're not paying attention to it. Seeing another hot drop as well. This is going to be, I believe, all the way up in the north on Severny. Extreme Souls versus the Boba Lovers. And one spot that I really do enjoy when teams actually decide to fight here is that Boba Lovers holds this whole northern side. They hold that sort of power position when it comes to Severny. But I got to ask you, do you really feel like Boba Lovers is the type of team that could be able to make this aggression work in their favor? Or do you think this is almost going to be a stalemate on the north side?
It is entirely possible to be a stalemate. I mean, Extreme Souls are really in a very gatekeeping position, although you're going to see them now move away slightly, trying to just get that loot, I think. It really depends. I think Boba are going to have to make sure this doesn't last long. Ooh. If they let it last too long, it will go against them, I think, here, just because of the position of Extreme Souls and also those shots coming in, right? So now you've got a little bit of damage. That's, again, going to be helping mentally with Extreme Souls. They're like, okay, we got a little bit of damage down. This is the start of the fight. So Boba, they got to be really careful that they don't let this go too long and that they don't fall back too much.
Yeah, the other issue as well is Extreme Souls. I believe they actually were the ones with the buggy that spawned there. So they're actually the team that's able to opt out and kind of pull away. The zone shift as well. We weren't able to see it too much, but it's just west of Severny towards that shooting range idea. So they're not going to be the only team kind of rotating around here and stuff like that. That whole eastern side was reachable off the plane path, so I expect teams to be rotating up. And we're seeing it right now. Boba, I'm really not liking this. I wanted to see the aggression, but reality, they lost the player early. Now getting pushed. Chapo getting the early knock onto Duke. 77. Thomas now pulling the nade out. Actually closed the door. I like that idea. Honestly, he doesn't get knocked from it, but 1v2 situation, no support from his teammates, has to clutch up for the squad, and a little bit of a pre-nade. Oh my goodness, almost knocks him with it. Uzi in hand, M7, he's actually going for the jump play. Oh man, it's just ring around the rosy right here, Reneptura. M7 comes in, but the Uzi hip fire is way too good. Thanos actually, excuse me, not Thomas. Thanos getting the knock, saving his teammate. Outlaws though, they were the school team, now starting to look for a third party.
Yeah, I don't hate this from Outlaws. This is nicely timed as well. It is very unfortunate that Real lost one player there, but I think, yeah, they probably wanted to have a little bit more of an eye on him. He was just too far out away from the eyes of his teammates. They weren't able to back him up effectively there, and so, you know what, DE gonna get that extra point on board. They do have one down at the moment, but they're gonna get that res back up nice and easy. 2 elims to start off the evening. It's not bad, Enigma. We're not even in stage 2 yet.
Yeah, but the issue is it looks like Outlaws is starting to kind of constrict themselves onto the building. Looks like they're not going to commit to it just yet, knowing where exactly Rozhawk is kind of populated. I actually really like that idea from Outlaws if they're able to full commit to it, especially with that revive. I think was a little bit slow coming through. But,
yeah,
you know, first game, a lot of people are maybe going to play a little passive unless they're dropped on, of course, like we just saw. So, you know, I don't blame them.
No, not at all. Yeah, 6 games really gonna make you have to move on a little bit, get the ball rolling. Excuse me. No, it is gonna be challenging for these teams because I always say, right? It doesn't matter if you've played qualifiers or it doesn't matter if you've played with these teams before. Every event is going to have its own thing happening. It's going to have its own sort of vibe, not in that way, but like, you know, it's always going to have a different aspect to it. You're always going to have to sort of feel out what's going on in the lobby itself. And generally with a 3-day event, you've definitely got enough time to do that, to play a little bit more passively in the first few games. But here you don't. So it's got to be like in the first 10 minutes and then you got to move on. Yeah,
it's got to be that first kind of Erangel match. And for the most part, even when you qualify, you know, in that top 6 range for tomorrow. You got to relearn it all over again tomorrow. And for these teams, I think that's kind of just that mentality of, you know, how battle royales are set up for the most part. You got to be able to adapt and overcome. It's never going to be the same thing twice, 4 teams and stuff like that. So that whole like concept of these teams, you know, having to do it on the spot, I think was a great note you made. I'm just hoping that we see a lot of these teams, especially these newer teams, start to show that and not let, you know, those more vested veteran teams come out and kind of, I guess, show it to them.
Right, exactly. Yeah, there's a lot going on in the mental aspect here, particularly maybe in the premier teams that we have joining us here. Right, they've already not qualified for finals, for premier finals rather, in their own right. Right, they're here for a reason. They have to think about whether they can do this effectively. Right, these challenger teams definitely are all knowing each other from the qualifiers. The premier teams are the new kids in the block in that sense. So there's going to be a lot of learning in this first game. So yeah, I definitely think we are going to see a lot of mistakes, but also probably a lot of more passive play. People aren't going to take much risk here. DE, though, coming back to Rozhawk Enigma, I love this from DE. They've played this maybe slightly too slow for my personal taste, but nonetheless, they're doing it effectively. They're doing it together, and that's all you got to love.
Yeah, and I mean, they didn't lose any players really coming into this. They had that knock early on from Chapo, from Reality, but, you know, winning the 1v1 afterwards, saving the squad. And I think they actually kind of had to play it slow with the Outlaws peeking over from school. A lot of the teams, you know, were kind of maybe looking for their piece of the pie on it in terms of points. A lot of these teams, though, now they're starting to try to play edge. We're looking at Old Gangsters versus Lotus Esports, now congested in Pachinki. This is going to be on the far south side of zone. So both these teams, they're going to have to take this fight and move forward. But looks like Old Gangsters, they have a bit of an idea where Lotus Esports is. It's just a matter of if they can find the player isolated.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. What do you think, Enigma? Because I'm slightly confused as to why OG would want to take this fight, because they're on the south side of the city. They can just move back, get a vehicle, and just get to zone. I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
I mean, it's maybe they don't even know Lotus is here. I'd assume they do. It looks like they're trying to move as a squad. Maybe they heard a vehicle and stuff like that. But, you know, if they look at the church, we saw the player with the glowing pan, but we're going to have to put a note on that because actually XYQ on rotation, Valak getting caught out in the open. Looks like VRZ Esports contesting the same spot. This is going to be all the way on the north towards the cliff sides. I'm wondering where the rest of XYQ was at. I believe H Intensa. Yep, now they're coming in. But it's not just one team. Another squad has taken the compound. Full congestion coming around the cliffside. Oh my gosh, that thing is flaming. 1H. Oh, please don't crash it. That thing was literally 1 HP Neptura. But look at this now, XYQ. They did lose a player, but looks like they're still trying to maybe go on the aggression. No. Rotating away towards the east side. Really tragic to see. Obviously, Valak's the IGL for that squad. It's not going to mean too much. But losing a player early on, especially coming into the first game, is definitely not something you want to be sitting well with.
No. I mean, of all players, it probably should be the IGL if somebody has to go out first, right? Because he can now backseat as IGL. It's all good, but he can't frag from beyond. So good that he's the one. Excuse me, he's the one that went out there. But it is unfortunate. You never want to lose one on rotation like that. They have a good position though. It looks like that zone has gone up to the north side, and to be honest, this is probably a really good spot for them to hold, to keep, to just chill for a little bit. See what other teams do around them.
Yeah, I believe they were the team that landed at Lipovka and stuff like that, that far eastern side. So they made the rotation early. Unfortunately, it looks like they just weren't together driving on that rotation. Because I feel like there's a world where maybe they were able to save Valak there on that pull-up just a little bit too far in terms of scouting and stuff like that. But a lot of teams are actually opting to center up around shooting range. They're not going to be playing around their edge. Unlike, you know, when we saw in PMSL Americas and stuff like that, we saw a lot of teams opting to play that edge game, and as soon as they see that zone shift, they're forcing that 4v4 fight. So they might have the idea that they think, hey, you know, center's going to be free in a lot of these zones. People like playing the edge. Unfortunately, teams switching it up on that finals day, maybe catching them off guard.
Lotus are still here, Enigma. They are still big chilling. And the thing is, it doesn't even seem like they actually have vehicles. So they're just as stuck as OG is right now. This is I'm not sure I love this.
Yeah, this is just gridlock. I don't even know what you say at this point. We're living off the grid at this point. Blue zone's starting to eat you. And for Lotus Esports, I mean, you've stayed here long enough. You know, you might as well just start camping out, get the tents going and stuff like that, pull out the barbecue. But OG, it looks like they had an idea. Unfortunately, it looks like a one vehicle stack though. So hopefully we don't see anyone messing up the driving here. That is one of the vehicles where if you're going a little bit too fast over the edge, you might start spinning out. And I mean, unfortunately, we've seen it time and time again where the driving falls for the squad getting eliminated. And with this, I mean, they've got to cross a bridge and stuff like that to get to the north. Having just one vehicle. And I think you're oh my goodness. Lotus Esports running into the next zone.
That's crazy. That's crazy. The number one rule of esports: always make sure you have a vehicle.
And
they broke the first rule, Enigma.
Yeah,
what do we do?
I don't know if they landed there in Pachinki. I'd have to take a look back later on and stuff like that. But that squad, I mean, how does that happen? How are we just letting the vehicles go to waste?
That is crazy. I'm unhappy with Lotus right now. That's a minus point for me. That's -1 on your record. I'm sorry.
-1. Unfortunately, we can't dictate the points and stuff like that. But one thing we can see, of course, is the next zone shift going to be popping any second now. Looking at it, and it comes back to the south. Maybe a bit of a blessing for them, but those teams on the north, XYQ, we're looking at Golden Boys, VRZ Esports, Boba Lovers, they're all going to have to start moving in. And for the most part, this eastern side is my eyes turning up to on where these teams are going to go. It's just a matter of if they're going to be able to make it there coming in.
A lot of shots. Hello? Who was that to? I didn't even see. Okay,
to one vehicle. That's where that was at.
Yeah, yikes. My thoughts were straight onto 3D Max, though. PB, we're looking good, and as I say that, one goes out. The caster curse is real, Enigma. Take it away so I don't curse these teams further.
Hey, I mean, for the most part, it's you guys that said it, not me. I'm still going with XYQ. They got 3 up and a point on the board. Okay. But for the most part, we're looking at KR Esports. This is going to be centered up towards that southwestern side of the zone. And I'm not liking the Shack play so early on. Maybe they were just stressed. They lost that player early on rotation. A lot of these teams kind of feeling the brunt of the force with, having to rotate into this next zone. Boba Lovers, though, they opted to rotate around that eastern side, just finding a spot on the bunkers. And for the most part, I think we're still going to be seeing no real fight commitments from squads, no 4v4s. It's mostly going to be these pod shots, trying to get those knocks and thirsts. But we've seen it time and time again. All it takes is one knock for these teams to get aggressed on. I'm just wanting to know, especially with, I'm going to ask you the question right now, Natura. Do you feel like if you get a knock in this spot from Boba Lovers, do you even ever push it, or do you just stay on the spot?
I would do a split. I would send 2 or maybe even 3, depending on how many players there are in there, and finish it up, take the fight if it's necessary. If it's not necessary, then you could just see if you can get the flush from afar and keep your position. It really depends on where that team is. If they're going to be a threat, then you take the fight.
Yeah, I love that. And for the most part, one thing I like too is, especially with this being such a high elimination point spread, I guess you could say, I'm wanting to see these teams really just get aggressive with the vehicles. We saw a lot of Brazilian and Latam teams from PMSL Americas. As soon as they get a knock, they're driving up, they're doing 720s in front of your face, just hoping someone peeks, because usually 9 times out of 10, they got the man advantage. They've got someone eyeing exactly where you're going to peek. Unfortunately, though, these teams, they're starting to take the fight on this northern side. VRZ Esports getting naded out, and there's another one down. We're actually down to just a solo here on the compound, 1v4 situation. Bestie upstairs, he does have the S12K, but I don't think anyone's going to give him the 1v1 just yet. Naded out, flushed out with the DBS. Nice 3-man wipe for Fate. This squad, they are going to have to still rotate in Neptura, but I'm liking the idea of the nades there.
Yeah, really nicely played there. I mean, even using one of their players there as a little bit of a distraction, I'd like to think he was a distraction. That was on purpose. He wasn't just late to the fight. But for sure, really keeping it nice and tight there. Not really any cracks in their armor coming into that fight. Very nicely done indeed. But now we got Extreme Souls. They heard those shots. They heard the nades. They are going to get gate kept. Oh, no.
I mean, you never really see the SKS come out, but as soon as someone gets an 8x on that thing, you might as well call it a Car 98. That thing does so much damage in a headshot.
True.
As we're talking about as well, they're actually trying to gatekeep them on that north side by shooting range, but it actually just kept shifting south, Neptura. These teams all on this western side, on that north side, they're going to have to start moving in, and with it being a mountain, you're really fighting for trees and rocks out there. There's no real cover for you to play.
No, there really isn't. It's such a difficult zone, but it's actually one of my very favorite places in Erangel to actually play. It's so cool. It's so dynamic. It's very open. But is it cool when you've got still 15 teams left alive? I'm not so sure. You know, it's a far cry from classics.
Hey, I mean, for the most part, you know, I'm fine with my classic games and stuff like that. I did play these lobbies, but the stress starts getting to you. We're putting the pressure now with DE Outlaws. They actually get a full 4-man wipe. Looks like they were slammed on the building, not losing a single player. Nice elims for them. Old Gangsters as well, trying to take the fight with Boba Lovers. They were the team on the bunker, rotating east towards them. Now with it being this 3v3 situation, the nades are coming out. One flush for the squad. Katri, unfortunately, being thirsted on Old Gangsters as well. And it looks like they're actually going to tuck tail and run. Oh! I think he got him there. The knock from the team. Absolute madman with the Scar. And with this being said, you know, 15 seconds left on the clock. Old Gangsters being able to come out on top and, in my eyes, get some free points on the board.
Yeah, what the heck? That 4-time spray on the Scar? OP. GG's there. Fate, though, leave one team, meet another at the moment, and they do have Zoom is down, Zoom is gone back to the lobby, Ribbon's down, just 2 left, and that's a good push away for them. Get those nades going, and then rotate out. I love the use of nades. They're doing it. They're continuing to do what we saw in that last fight.
Yeah, and for the most part, I think utility is one of the hardest things to use other than vehicles because, I mean, one small mistake, it could be the difference between you getting the squad wipe or not. Bullet Club now, they were making the rotate in. You just saw someone with the Scar hitting shots. Unfortunately for them, Bullet Club will be able to get by Skate 3, but they're actually pulling up on the solo of Fate. They followed them into the zone. They do have to do this fast with the other teams around them, but Harry isolated out. A bit of a knock on the one player, strafing around the US, not going to be enough. They're coming in, but look at this, Neptura. 2 teams on either side of them. It is going to shift towards them, but Rob, I mean, there's too many angles for you to watch. You don't know where Cigarette's at, and now being knocked. Bullet Club down to just a solo. The 2 teams next round.
Yeah, this is rough. A lot of teams thought it was going to go way more to the north.
Oh!
It hasn't, and so... Whoa! Wait! Whoa! 2? No way. This guy has some sort of shield, dude. How does he survive 2 drive-bys at the moment? Can he make it a 3rd?
Oh!
Yes, he can!
Oh my goodness. They got him? At least that time, Neptura, I don't even know what to say. At that point, you know, if you ram into the vehicle, Neptura, you know, 9 times out of 10 you'd expect to knock them. So they just did it from both sides, making sure it happened. Outlaws, though, they're having to take the fight with Lotus Esports here, getting actually another knock. This is their compound to hold right now, winning every fight. We're talking 8 total eliminations for the squad. They're going to be just outside of zone on the east, and these teams now, Neptura, are dropping like flies.
They really are. We're down to just 9. But I tell you who's still here, who's still in zone. It is 3D Max Enigma. The zone has blessed them abundantly here. But can they make good use of it, right? That's what it comes down to. You do have Robs on that little bit of a split, some nice control as much as they can. But what I like here, Enigma, is they're not overdoing it.
Yeah. I mean, we do like the roof angles and stuff like that, but you gotta wait till the zone's closed in. My only issue, though, on mine is, do you really like Rob being split at this point? There's not much real estate for these teams to play. I feel like they maybe should just congest down into the compound. Ooh.
Oh, Poncho. Tensa.
Big damage, but I mean, Tensa, no Overwatch damage whatsoever. H getting beamed on that drive-by play. And the Overwatch, I think, is the main thing for the Extreme Soul Squad.
There's no way.
Being able to get away with their teeth. Oh my. I thought he was going to make it in. To solo now. Actually, XYQ outlasting that team on placements. We're talking top 8 now. On the right side, you can see the battle tracker and stuff like that. 3 squads with full 4-mans up, and the rest are solos or trios. 21 total players remaining. It shifts to the west. 3D Max, Neptura, I know you are ecstatic right now, especially with PB as well, seeing that zone shift.
100%. Look at them. Instant rotation into that zone. They're looking to take control of this. As it's all downhill from their position, it's easy to do, right? Great nade coming in there, though. The nade's thick and fast. There is no mercy whatsoever for Raid right now. Look at all of them.
My... What is that? 2 teams worth of backpacks. I think that was, what,
Dude.
10 frag grenades? I'm seeing Triggs with the MG3. We're talking 100-round mag. You might as well just start letting that thing sound. Unfortunately for Team Raid, they're not in zone either. Just having to hug the buggy. 2 players left alive. Maybe they can kind of weather the storm with this, but I think they're running out of smoke, Snaptura, and unfortunately for them, it's going to be TSG, one of our premier teams that were relegated down. They're wanting blood. They weren't happy with their performance in the premier qualifiers. They're making sure, starting off from game 1, that they make it into the premier finals tomorrow.
Yeah, 100%. Top 5. I mean, I know Raid are in a tough spot right now, but top 5 isn't the worst result for the first game of the day, right? So I think they can still be happy with this if they can just try their best here. And yeah, 3D Max have such a good angle on most of these teams here. It's going to be very difficult for any of them to get into zone right now. Massive gatekeep opportunity here. Down they go. Rob's OP. It's in the name, people. There he goes. He's getting that 4 eliminations on the board.
Yeah, and I kind of like what you said, too, is that you were happy that they weren't overextending and stuff like that as a squad, because now we just saw it. They were able to 3-man spray onto Team Raid. Now they understand that a lot of these teams, they're losing a player early on and stuff like that. An opening nade knock onto the Outlaw squad, almost another. The zone shifts onto them again, Neptura. This team, all they have to do is all they got to do is hold the Mountaineer.
This is insane. I don't think I've ever seen a zone go this consistently onto the team. But hey, why not? Push the nade. Excellent decision here from Zuko, but it is going to make him go down here. Hopefully he's got some backup. Oh, through the smoke.
Yeah, the hip fire. I mean, UMP is saving grace for him. He's only got 1 extra clip in that gun, but for Outlaws, they have 9 eliminations. I'm hoping they can kind of back it up, but TSG's full slamming into them. I don't even know what the heck's going on. Cat God being eliminated. Now they're coming for the 3rd party on 3D Max. Only a duo left alive. And yeah, I mean, you got to get back up the mountain. There's no way you're fighting TSG, but they're out for blood. You're driving around. It's only a solo on the other side of the map, Neptura. You're battling for 2nd at this point.
You sure are. TSG, love the car meta coming in here. I like that they're being really maneuverable. They're not sticking to one place. TSG, they're wanting to get all the info they can, be as unpredictable as they can, and you gotta love that from this team. So, love that for them. Hopefully, it's gonna work out in their favor, but for now, 3D Max sure do have the height advantage.
Yeah, the only, I think, wild card's going to be if GR gets found out, but I think that's worth it. Driving the zone and go for it. He's actually not going to stop there. He gets 1 on the run over.
No way.
TSG now, get the 3rd. So it's going to be 9 total elims, but 1v3 spot. Maybe getting the 2nd player. Nope, not enough. And here we go, Triggs with the Big Daddy gun. TSG winning game number 1, Neptura, with a lot of eliminations to their name.
So many elims. What a game from them. Because remember, they came out on that western side, right? Or that sort of northern side of zone. They were in all those teams that were all fighting it out. And oh my goodness, mate, they came out on top for sure. Oh wow, that great. What a great win from them. Excellent stuff.
Incredible game, honestly, to kick things off. I was thinking about Jukes early on that when we saw that Northern Zone, and I was thinking Zarky finish, maybe, and then it started to come back down, but ultimately a really good job, and I thought 3D Max was going to get blessed there as that circle kept chasing them a little bit, but ultimately 3 Sheep Gaming coming out the way they needed to and putting up a dub here in game number 1. Enigma, talk to me a little bit about, I guess, the key points that you saw on that first match.
Well, the key points, I think, was just Outlaws and stuff like that having to rotate around the map. They were fighting squad after squad, the same compound. Unfortunately, though, a lot of these teams that had these hot drops and stuff like that, they lost a player early on. We're looking at Reality and stuff like that. We're looking at XYQ, GR Esports as well, even losing a player we could see right now on the pull-ups. But the key point, I think, is the difference between good teams and great teams is 3D Max. Like Neptura said, they were able to stay in the compound. Yeah, they did get blessed a bit, but as a 3-man, they're able to hold that, move into that late game, and for them, finish in that top 2 ranking to secure themselves a lot of points.
100%. We see the replay here. Absolute madness kicking off in this one with vehicles just zooming by. Some of the shots of this first game, absolutely incredible. We saw some flicks. We saw some 4X scars from range gunning down people in the road. We see some collisions. Just absolute madness in this one. And obviously towards the end here, Outlaw having a couple different engagements, crashing compounds, ultimately coming out the better of both of those. So I'm liking Outlaws after this first game. Granted, they finished in 4th place for this match, but they had a chance to get their guns warmed up here in Neptura.
They sure did. A really, really good result here. I think, to be honest, PB, this is one of the toughest starts to a day, to a finals that we've seen in a long time, right? There was so much going on, and those poor teams on the north side were just inundated. There was about 6 people in like 2 square feet there, so a lot of tough decision-making happening for all of these teams, and what a way to start off Titan Series.
Absolutely. We see the match rankings for our first game on Erangel. 3 Sheep Gaming picking up the dub here. 6 elims, so kind of light work on the elims for the day. It'll end up with 16 total points. 3D Max putting up 9 elims. That'll have them just 1 point off the mark there from 3 Sheep Gaming. GR Esports, Outlaws, and Team Raid will round out your top 5. But I got to call your attention down to XYQ. Only 1 rank point, but 7 elim points to start things off. Didn't finish in the top of the standings, but man, they had some good work. What do you think about XYQ there, Enigma?
I mean, for the most part, I didn't even think that they got that many elimination points. We didn't catch much of it on screen, but it seems they were doing something right as a 3-man. They were one of those North teams. They had to rotate in, and fortunately for them, they're able to kind of salvage this game in my eyes and pick up those elims. So nice stuff to see. Of course, we're expecting more placement points coming down.
Absolutely. And as we started off today, we have some teams with bonus points, right? So let's see how those factor in with 3D Max winning the Challenger qualifiers, ultimately finishing in that top spot. They come in today with 10 bonus points already in tow. Only 1 point back from that first game. They find themselves on top of the standings right now, 25 total points.
Jeez.
So you love to see it here. Ultimately, Outlaws, XYQ, 3 Sheep Gaming, we're crushing here, but overall, we'll get some standings sorted out and back to you here shortly. And again, Erangel in the books. We got to turn our attention to Miramar next. Enigma, we got the desert. Anything that you saw here on this first map that has you thinking, oh man, this is a team to watch here coming up here in the desert?
It's definitely got to be Outlaws. They were the team that had teams slamming them on that southern side, I guess more north of the Roshawk River and stuff like that. A team won back-to-back team fights. They came into that late game, guns blazing and stuff like that. Unfortunately, not getting the placement we wanted, but that team, they've shown promising signs for a team that I've never heard of before.
100%. Well, hey, Neptura will come to you for your thoughts here in just a moment. But first, we will take a quick break to get our second lobby loaded up. Miramar getting suited up right now. The teams are loading into the lobby. We'll be back with you guys in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. welcome back. We have our standings here for the Challenger Finals. We made a couple quick checks on the back end, got things squared away for our top 8 here, with 3 Sheep Gaming obviously winning our first game and bringing 5 bonus points into the night. They will be sitting in second place overall right now, so trailing 3D Max by just a hair. 25 points, though, the mark after just one game here. And again, we'll keep an eye on our lower page here coming forward in just a second, but we are getting suited up again for Miramar in just a moment. The plane is kind of loading up right now, and I'm very, very excited to check out how this game actually rolls out. Again, the desert being always my personal favorite when it comes to esports. I love the changes in terrain. I love, whether it's compound play, big cities, or open field, just battle. For me, Miramar is the pinnacle of PUBG Mobile esports. That might be a seldom held opinion, but that's mine, Enigma. What do you think of Miramar generally as a map for esports?
I mean, we must have the same mind for the most part. The shirts, we're talking favorite maps of Miramar. I'm definitely on the same page as you when it comes to that. Now, I do enjoy Erangel because, it's the classic map and stuff like that. But Miramar, you really get to see people really, show that tried and true game sense knowledge, especially at that top level. PMSL, PMGC, stuff like that, PMGO even, where these teams come in. And it looks like they just absolutely start working parts of the map. We had seen, I believe, in the qualifiers for PMSL NA, I think it was NRG's old squad Nemesis taking up like half of the Miramar zone on zone 6. So if you get into these lobbies where some teams aren't pressuring you, we're seeing a lot of teams start to abuse that. And Miramar, it's a tried and true map for me now. That's my favorite. And I'm hoping that these teams coming in today really put their, game sense to the test and start popping off.
Love to see it. Neptura, talk to me a little bit. What do you think about Miramar? And then also, who is going to perform well based on, your evaluation of, game 1 on Erangel? Who are we looking at doing super solid here in game 2? Yeah, I've got no audio coming through for you, Neptura. You got to click that mute button over there? Maybe not. Who knows? But anyway, we'll come back to you in just a moment. Just holler any point when you want to interrupt me, Neptura. No big deal at all. She's back. Anyway, coming to you. What are you thinking about, Miramar, and then also who is going to be coming to kick some butt here after game number 1?
I think, I'm not entirely sure. We'll see. Let's see. The mic issue has scrambled me slightly. 3D Max, I think, for me, very, very strong, and they tend to do very well on Miramar. They have a very central drop spot. If that's not changed, we could be looking at, again, a very good game from them. But, we saw some really good stuff here. I'm looking at Fate as well. They didn't put that many points on the board, but what I saw, I liked. So I'd like to see what they can do with a little bit more open space to work with, PB.
I love that. And before we get into the next game, Enigma, I want to pick your brain kind of as a former pro and, understanding, the behind the scenes for some of these teams. You guys talked in game number 1. You saw the hot drop in Rozhok, and we saw Reality kind of lose a couple of players early on. And, you guys were mentioning hey, maybe we don't hot drop. That's not the move. How do these teams know, where the drop spots are for these teams, especially the unknowns, right, coming into the lobby? Some of these teams competed with a certain lobby for the Premier Challenge, or for the Premier qualifiers for 3 days. Some of these teams played in a Challenger division with a whole different set of teams. So it's how do they know who's dropping where? Is that something that they got to feel out as the night goes on? Or is there some sort of conversations happening behind the scenes where there's a handshake agreement? It's well, hey, we got Pachinki, and everybody's just cool, we respect it.
I mean, if you're one of those top teams and stuff like that, I think you have that sort of handshake of respect of, we let that team take that drop spot. Back in the day, Tempo Storm took Pachinki, C9 took Novo and stuff like that. Today's day and age, it's obviously we're looking at the likes of NRG and stuff like that. Before these teams coming into today's matches, they also had a bit of time to scrim and stuff like that. So I'm hoping that these teams were able to set up the lobby, get all 16 teams in, and really kind of, I guess you could say, battle it out for these spots. Obviously, we just saw in game 1, some of those teams are still wanting to battle it out in the tournament. I'm just hoping coming into this Miramar that we don't see that, because after this, you're going to be going right back into Erangel and then Sandhawk, and you're going to be leaving yourself looking at the leaderboard saying, hey, we don't have any sort of points coming into this because we decided to hot drop every game.
Absolutely. I mean, you saw a couple of players get knocked off early there. I thought Reality, they lost one early, and I thought they were going to be able to turn it around, but unfortunately they just couldn't find the shots. Ended up 2 players down, and the momentum just kind of continued from there. They were one of my picks, actually, to perform well in these Challenger Finals tonight, so they're going to be hoping to turn it around here in game number 2. As far as Miramar goes, Neptura, what are your tips for success kind of moving forward into this next map?
I think the big thing is not to be too confident in your high ground position, because on Miramar, there's always a high ground that's higher than you. It's always how it is. And so you've got to be really careful of your angles on Miramar. There's a lot of angles that can be taken. Anybody could be behind every single rock. And so you've got to be really confident that you're not getting seen if you're going to split wide. So maybe keep it a little smaller, maybe look up a little bit more, and, just play it safely a little bit more.
All right, I love it. Well, hey, we are loading into the lobby still, and before we get in there, I want to do some predictions. Obviously, we had some decent ones in the first game. At least none of our picks went out first or anything like that. We got there pretty decent, 3D Max, close, but no cigars. So, Enigma, I'll come to you for an official lock-it-in prediction for our second map of the night. Who's going to take this one on Miramar?
Taking the padlock out, we're going with Outlaws. They went back-to-back squad wipes. Obviously, they didn't perform well into that late game. They were eliminated kind of early in my eyes, going to that top 5 range. But the squad, they've shown the dominance in taking the fights. It's just a matter if they can keep it all the way to the end. So, Outlaws, I'm putting you on the spot. I'm locking you in.
I love the pick. I'm going to cut in line here and just echo the same thing, because you literally hit my pick with my logic. We're wearing the blue polos, baby. Let's mirror it up. Let's lock it in. Enigma, I like the pick. I'm going to lock in the Outlaws as well. But Neptura, coming to you, who do you pick here for our second map?
You know what? XYQ actually had a really good game on Erangel. I want to see what they can do on Miramar. We've been talking about how it's such a big map, big game changer in the esports scene, and I want to see if they can really hold on to it and really lock it down. So I'm going with that.
It's definitely a good pick, and like you, Enigma, they kind of surprised me a little bit. They put up 7 elims on our first map tonight. I didn't notice a ton of, elims popping off from XYQ, but they were able to stash them away as the event went on. So hopefully they'll continue to be able to do that, and then obviously fix the ranking and the placement here as they get situated here for Miramar. Again, trying to finish better than 7th or 8th place. And ultimately, guys, if you're just tuning in, the whole point of tonight's Challenger Finals is to finish top 6. Whether you're number 1, whether you're number 6, doesn't matter. You're just trying to clear that bar, because ultimately those top 6 teams from tonight will be joining the top 10 from the Premier qualifiers, and they will be playing in the Premier Finals tomorrow night with a chance to move on to the PMSL Americas qualifiers this fall. And not to mention, they've got a really big prize pool on the line for tomorrow night as well. So let's go ahead and take another quick break. We've got some players that are taking a bathroom break or something. Who knows? We're going to go herd the cats, get them into the lobby, and we will be back with you guys in just a moment. Welcome back. We've sorted those players out. We grabbed them by the collar and said, listen here, kids, you better be in the lobby when you're supposed to be. But anyway, we are getting ready now for game number 2. Enigma, as we were mentioning right before the break, we have ourselves a fat prize pool tonight. I would love to take a peek at that once again to see what these players are eligible for if they qualify through to tomorrow after the Premier Finals. We're giving away 20 grand, dude. This is crazy because we haven't seen prize pools like this since, like, you know, I guess PMPL. Now that's no longer a thing, Titan Series kind of takes the lead spot up until PMSL.
Yeah, I really like how you said that lead spot because in my eyes, you know, Titan Series, this is a starting point for a lot of these teams. We're talking the Challenger qualifiers. You said 85 to 10 teams now being here tonight. 6 of the teams competing here as well. We're from Premier. So these teams, they're coming in tonight. Maybe they've never touched competitive PUBG Mobile. This is their first experience with it. They qualify tonight and they move on to tomorrow. They have the chance at winning $10,000 total dollars in first place. Now, obviously, maybe your eyes are set a little bit lower. Anything in that top 5 range, especially if you're just starting new for PUBG Mobile, I mean, $500, I'll take it for a weekend of play.
Heck yeah, man. It's video games. Am I right? We get paid to play some games. I'll take it. So before we get into the second match of the night, let's take a peek at the standings, see kind of where things are at. Again, guys, top 6 is the spots that we're looking at right now. So as it sits right this moment, 3D Max, 3 Sheep Gaming, Outlaws, Team Raid, XYQ, and Golden Boys are in position to move on right now, but I'm sure things will be shaken up as we have 5 more games to go this evening. Neptura, any surprises so far on this standings page?
You know, not really, to be honest. I think everybody is sort of situated where they should be based on game number 1. I like what we're seeing here so far. My big thing is Boba Lovers. They're sitting at 9 points in 8th place. They're tied with Bullet Club as well. I just think we saw a lot of them on the stream, and I think they felt a little bit shaky, which is fair enough for a first game, right? But I do want to see a little bit more structure within the team, and I think once they get that sorted, you know, it's first game, right? We're not all is not lost. There we go. All is not lost. If they can just get a little bit more together, kind of figure out what they're trying to do, I think we're looking good for them.
100%. So I am hoping for the island finish. I don't know if you guys have seen one of those recently, but that's what I'm rooting for. We took a peek at our bottom 8 right now. 9 through 16 obviously have their work cut out for them. I'm looking at VRZ Esports. I'm going to call it early. They got to come to play here in this one. They came into tonight one of 2 teams with no bonus points at all to their name, and ultimately they were the first team to go out last game. So VRZ, I'm looking at you guys to kind of show us that you belong here in this lobby, and I'm looking for them to kind of put the pedal to the metal in game number 2. Obviously Team Fate sitting with no bonus points as well, but decent game in the first run there. They were able to win 1 squad battle, but Enigma, it's going to take so much more than that.
Yeah, one thing I'd like to shout out as well, I know Neptura shouted out Team Fate, but looking back at the tracker and stuff like that, we have access to. Team Fate was one of the only 4 teams to break that 1,000 damage mark. They dropped 1,100 total damage, with them being eliminated in that 13th place. Those 3 eliminations, they're getting the damage down, getting the knocks, unfortunately not maybe finishing their food, so to speak, maybe just letting them get resets too much. So the team itself, in my eyes, is showing a lot of promise when it comes to damage and stuff like that. I'm just hoping they're able to correlate that into elimination points and hopefully play some points going into the late game.
Now, was Team Fate one of the teams that was north in Severny in game number 1?
Yes.
Yeah. So they kind of got into that back and forth where they weren't able to get some finishes, but they did connect quite a bit. And ultimately, with the zone kind of going super far north, way more north than you would usually see on Erangel, they were able to kind of hang out and just kind of chip some shots back and forth, but not able to put those elims in the column outside of that 1 squad fight that they had. We'll obviously keep an eye on them moving forward as Neptura has a friend, and we want to root that friend on, obviously. So we'll keep an eye on things there. Again, we are loading in. Looks like we're waiting on 1 player right now to get into the lobby. Almost ready to go, though, for Miramar. Again, map 2, and I got my eyes on anything other than Los Leones here. That, for me, is the circle I don't want to see because I feel like it's the most common. Give me something super far north, like, you know, Campo Militar. I don't know that I've ever seen a circle finish up there at Campo Militar. Enigma, have you?
I think I've seen it more along like that wall on the north side towards that lake or whatever, towards the middle of the map on the north. I've seen it then on that western side, but I'm with you on it. Let's see something new. The Eastern Islands I've never seen, or actually I think I've seen it once back in like 2019. It's been way too long. I don't know if we can maybe, move the zone a little bit more to that side of the map. But in my mind, I'm hoping that we get something crazy because we see the same thing over and over. People know what they're doing. I want to see something new, and I want to see the chaos unfold because I'm casting it. I'm not having to worry about playing it. So I just love seeing all the action.
If it were me, like one thing I would love to see the devs implement, PUBG Mobile, if you're listening, give us the ability to kind of call our own shots when it comes to the circle.
Ooh.
Like as casters, I think it would be funny to just puppeteer, like maybe every other zone, like we're just going to send it over here. I would love to be able to have that kind of control at my fingertips. Probably not likely that gets implemented, but man, that would be funny if we could just send it on out to the ocean and have people swim for that final zone. I don't know, one of the things that I'm seeing on Miramar quite a bit lately, at least in the Americas side of things, we saw this a lot during PMSL Americas and the Americas qualifiers, is on Miramar having that far western zone where that unplayable wall of mountains is in, and it's like half of the zone. I saw that so many times over the course of Americas and the qualifiers that I wouldn't be surprised to see it again today. I don't know if that's programmed in or if just the random chance of the zone going that way, is higher likelihood. I don't know, but we've seen that so many times, and it's such a treacherous, toxic circle. I don't know. Did you guys see that over on the European side as well, Neptura?
Not so much on Europe. It's a pretty rare occurrence over on Europe, but I will say today over in the PEL regional championship that's going on today, we did have a Western block zone coming in there. So it's definitely something that happens, and I love it so much. It's so dynamic. You can't really win from there, but you get some high ground and you get some kills. So that's all we're looking for here. So I do like it.
Amazing. Well, we are getting ready to go. Again, chat, thank you guys for joining us for our Challenger finals this evening. Again, the top 6 after tonight will be moving on to the Premier Finals, which takes place tomorrow night. Again, they'll be joining the top 10 from the Premier qualifiers. Typically, those are like the top-tier teams in the region, but who honestly knows? It's a great opportunity for those that, feel they've got what it takes to compete at the highest level in North America. You guys can get involved by signing up for the Titan Series. It's too late for this season, obviously, but for next season, keep an eye out. Make sure you're following Titan Series GG on all social media to catch those, those notifications. But again, it's the path to pro, baby. You get involved at the challenger level. You play through the open. If you're one of the top, I believe it's the top 10 teams that are here tonight, and they're joining the bottom 6 from Premier. And if you prove it on the battlegrounds, baby, you guys can just qualify your way right on into the pros with those big prize pools and whatnot. But good news, guys. We are getting ready for our second game. The plane is gearing up. We've got the fuel in, about to head on over the battlegrounds. Any final thoughts from you, Enigma, before we take it on into the desert?
Just reiterating, the team I'm looking at right now is going to be Outlaws. They got the 2 squad wipes. I'm hoping Miramar, they're able to keep that pressure going, because if it's not a fluke, I guess you could say, in the first game, you bring it into the next one in the game after that. So Outlaws, I'm looking at them.
Love it, as am I. Again, I thought they were like the most polished team from a fighting perspective in that first game. We saw a couple of different squad engagements and just boom, 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 hitting angles, taking down squads that were defending compounds even. And that's what you like to see. They coming in firing on all cylinders. We'll see if they can keep it going. And remind us one more time, was it 3D Max, Neptura, that you were going with for this next game? Or no, it was XYQ, wasn't it?
Ooh.
Yeah, it's XYQ. Yeah. I want to see what they can do here. Now, I'm always gonna be siding with 3D Max here a little bit, right? You gotta go with the French team, but I think I want to see something a little bit different. They already go really well on Miramar, so you know what? They don't need me to boost them if I boost at all. I mostly cast a curse, but we're gonna ignore that for the time being. Let's see what XYQ have.
Well, perfect. I have completely lied to your faces, and we are going to go to another quick break. Again, I don't know what's going on with some of the players. We're going to go sort them out, make sure everybody's in the lobby, and we'll be hitting the battlegrounds here momentarily. We'll be back in just a jiff, guys. Thanks for bearing with us. welcome back, everybody. Hopefully you've gotten your popcorn made a couple of times now and have eaten it and have made a second batch because we are getting ready here for game number 2. Just gotta get the players to, to stay in the lobbies, and hopefully we have, some players in the game to play esports together. You know what I'm saying? That's helpful to get these games completed. But ultimately, Enigma, top 6 move on tonight. Again, we've harped on this a little bit. What are your thoughts here moving into game number 2? Give me the most outlandish scenario that you think could happen at the final circle. Give me some crazy thought that you have.
I'm wanting to see some PMSO America's Koi kind of nonsense where you're a solo behind a team, you're getting nade knocks and 2 or 3 bunches of them, making it come down to 1v1 scenarios when we thought a team had it dead to rights. And unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be ending up in Militar or on that eastern island, but we know the south side on Miramar. I've seen it go there a few times. I wouldn't be surprised if it went down there towards that bottom side of the map. And I know a lot of these teams, they would probably absolutely hate it, but I know us, including the viewers, of course, would absolutely love the fact if that zone happens. So I'm hoping today is the day for it to happen.
Amazing. Well, we are flying into the game, as you can tell by these visual indicators on the screen. Neptura chat has requested you cast in French. So good luck with that. We will see you guys in game. Take it away. Miramar starts now.
Game 2, baby. Now, I wish I knew French, Neptura, so hopefully you're going to be the one that teaches me a word or two. But for the most part, Miramar, we're finally getting around to it. This is Powerbang and I's favorite map. We got the same shirt on almost, I don't have the facial hair like him, unfortunately, or Dave or Jukes. But, we're trying to get there. But for Miramar, though, one day it'll happen. But for Miramar, thankfully, I think the sand would get in the hair and stuff like it doesn't sound comfortable. But for the most part, how are we feeling looking at the playing path right now?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling very good about this. It's nice and central. Teams can go left or right as they choose. Certainly for teams that drop in places like San Martin, like Los Leones, all right, it's going to be a really good zone for them. At the moment, I'm not seeing what I was worried about, Enigma, is that 3D Max may get hot dropped here, right? We had San Martin be a really central location, and over on Erangel, we saw like 3 teams go to Rosshawk, also a central location there. Maybe my fears are actually going to come true here. We see a lot of teams moving in on that location, but hopefully they're all just moving to their separate places.
Yeah, Miramar is one of those maps where, with it being so large and the POIs are pretty spread out, if the plane path is not in your favor, it really kind of makes you wonder where you're going to drop for vehicles. We saw Lotus Esports that last game, of course, having to run it on foot like they're hillbillies or something, the Outback, and we're seeing it. Even though the plane path suited a lot of these teams, we're seeing a hot drop here in the middle. 3D Max losing a player early on to DE, so Nate. Actually looks like Nate and Zuko both on the squad, previous players with Valak. Happy to see them competing, but 3D Max, they're needing to start putting the pieces together because with it being a 3-man so early on for the squad, Rob's actually just isolated here. I don't know what happened here. Pump shotgun coming in, but that's not the gun you're wanting in this situation for more than one knock Neptura, and I feel this is a disaster for the squad.
Yeah, this is rough. I don't like this. It's what I thought might happen. It's DE again here. They came in on Rosshawk. They're here on San Martin. Oh, but Robs with the shotty will go down eventually, but at least he takes one with him, right? Hopefully that is the case. Zuko nowhere near his team right now. They were definitely not expecting anything like this to happen. Otherwise, you'd see 3D be a lot more together, but right now, it's not looking good. It's just Quan. It's just Zuko left alive. No one is safe.
Yeah, there must have been some sort of, miscommunication, or maybe they just didn't think anyone was going to drop with them after that first game, but every game is different. Miramar is one of those maps where people would try their skills and stuff like that against you. And if you're 3D Max, this might be a huge mental blow for your squad after that first game where you salvage it, get into that top 2 as a 3-man. Now, losing the fight off drop instantly, it's not looking good. Obviously, we're seeing some nice shots, but DE Esports, they're the team that holds that building. They're able to get that reset, and in my mind, it's just a matter of time until 3DX is just wiped off the face of the earth.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting one for sure. 3D are too fragmented at this point, right? You can technically do a 2v4. We've seen it before. Not to rhyme or anything, but Quan on one side, and you've got, was it Nate? No, Zuko on the other. It's not gonna be in your best interest to take this fight. Maybe they're far enough away from DE here that they could actually just quietly move away and go somewhere else and, try and do something else for the rest of the game.
Yeah, my only issue is Quan, he's on that western side. It's a straight mad dash in the open to anything, I guess, towards the west or the south. Now, obviously, Zuko here can maybe escape, but at this point, you honestly need to take this fight. I don't see them as a duo playing the late game together. As a trio, we saw they're able to do it last time, but are you really going to be wanting to do this as a two-man? You really should just be looking for these elimination points in my eyes and try to salvage some of it, because we're not in 2018, 2019 PUBG Mobile. We're in 2024, where placement points don't really matter too much. You need to be able to stay together as a squad and get your elimination points racked up, or else you're just going to be a standing duck in the water.
Yeah, 100%. The good news is here that the zone has gone fairly close to San Martin here, so there's not that added pressure of a lot of mileage to go, right? So
Yeah.
it is going to be interesting to see how they are going to maneuver out of San Martin. I think it's in their best interest to do so as soon as possible. But I think Powerbang will be happy to know, you'll be happy to know, we'll all be happy to know that the zone is not in Los Leones. We are not going to have that finish. It's all good. We got 500 meters to go, so it's safely outside the city.
Yeah, I think
it's Campo
a
Militar.
lot of those. It's in.
Campo Militar. It's in. Possible.
Hey, listen, I'm hoping
it.
it on that east side, but what the heck is going on? This is a drive-by shooting happening. Fate now. I don't know what the heck happened. Reality just taking a little bit of a stroll, I guess you could say, in the spotlight, but really thought that was going to be disastrous for some teams. Thankfully, no one got knocked in Neptura. A little bit of a stroll. And for the most part, if you're Harry here, I would be just clenching the phone right now, because if you're driving and your teammate, you're on the back of the buggy, like, that is the worst spot next to a bike that you could be on, and a car slams into you. I'd be hating if my teammate butchered that driving.
Definitely. That would be very rough indeed. The fate is in your hands, right? No play on words there. But yeah, okay. This isn't bad. They've managed to evade that first situation going on there. Team Fate, they are looking to get into that mid to center zone, which I don't hate at all. They're going to be possibly moving into this one compound. They're going to keep shop here. And it's a good bit of high ground, actually. It is very open. I know this team does like to play a little bit more in the open than in compounds. That's where they're more comfortable. But for the first bit of the game, you definitely want to get that hard cover on your belt. So good positioning from there. But Enigma, in that kill feed, we do see another player of 3D Max go on out here. It is just Zuko left.
Yeah, I think that's just DE cleaning up what they started. They got the two knocks and the thirst. They found where Quan was at on that west side and just pieced them apart. And now it looks like they have an idea where Zuko's at. Not sure if he's going to try to play the snake angle or try to knock one on the cross here. But if DE Esports plays this right, they should be able to get the last elimination onto Zuko. Does have the 249, though, riding out in the building. And, yeah, it's just a matter of time before this is just donezo.
It is unfortunate. Big rip, I say. Coming from a second place to, a Miramar map that is one of their better maps. Okay. Nope, can't even get a knock. Can't even get a knock. That's a rip. Zuko, big rip. He's out. 0 eliminations. 16th place. That is 0 points on the board for our first place team.
Yeah, 25 points to you're staying at the same. You're hoping that those teams 2nd through 4th, 5th, maybe even top 8, with it being that 9-point mark, you're hoping that these teams don't have a pop-off performance like they did in that first game. But for the most part, a lot of these teams are still making their way into Miramar. Actually, a lot of teams deciding to eat the blue zone. I believe there's only 6 total teams actually in the current zone. We're about to see the next zone shift as well. And I mean, look at this. We're talking Golden Boys, TSG, Outlaws, Lotus Esports, GRX. Thankfully for everyone, it kind of centers up. I was hoping it would actually go to that far eastern side along that cliff on the edge of the map, but we'll be centered up. I believe that's Team Raid having center spot. And these teams right now, we're looking at XYQ, Lotus. They're all going to be taking the same path, Neptura. Do you think any of them are going to try to just fight in blue zone?
I think absolutely there's going to be at least 1 or 2 fights there. I'm looking straight at TSG and Outlaw, to be honest. We had this clash from them in the blue zone in the last game, and it looks like we're going to be having that same thing again. Real might be trying to do some gatekeeping, something like that, but we'll have to see. I think it is highly probable, though, but, you know, each of these teams do want to get some kills, want to get some eliminations. And why is there just random loot by a tree?
Oh, I mean, I'll take it.
Sure.
Well, you don't celebrate Christmas there? Under the Christmas tree? Now it's the desert, so
Fair,
it's,
fair.
kind of I guess like a cactus tree. I don't know what you'd really call that, but
Cactus.
if there's loot on the ground, it's kind of like if there's money on the ground. You don't question it, you just take it, okay?
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Back to this, though. Team Fate rotating in. This is one of your squads you liked. Actually, looked like thinking maybe this compound's free, but Old Gangsters holding a split hold onto it, not knowing there's a solo on the roof. Could be disastrous for them. Opening knock on a Dazzler. Kiddu holding the roof angle. I'm expecting all of Old Gangsters to be pulling up. You cannot be leaving this player as a solo. Pushing into the building. He's got the shotgun. Just trying to stall. Blow the nades. Harry missing with no damage. Getting the opening, though, onto the teammate pulling up. And looks like Old Gangsters is fumbling the bag right now. 2 knocked on the squad. Now just a Katri having to give some sort of overwatch. Another team as well is looking to move in. And Old Gangsters, I thought they had the power play here. A little bit of a misplay, though. Big save from Team Fate coming in onto this team fire spot. And look at this. I mean, it's only a matter of time now. We see Raid coming in. Who's trying to get the nades. Needs to get the damage, and they're all full sending out in the open. 1v1 situation now. The Overwatch gets 2 on Old Gangsters. It's just Harry now in the back. I believe he was trying to get an off angle. Not synced with the squad. Old Gangsters looked like a doomed situation from the start. Salvaging it at the end for the squad wipe. Zeus having 3 of those, Neptura. I don't even know what went wrong there.
I do. Why were they all grouped up at that door? Why? Don't group up at the door. Oh, okay. All right. Big rip, Fate. But you know what? If you're gonna group up like that, maybe deserved. I'm just saying.
Hey.
But it's okay. It's okay. You know what? It's second game. It's fine.
Yeah. Listen, the first game, we gave the -1 to that one team. Giving the -1 to Team Fate on this one.
Yeah.
But, it's not just them fighting right now. Team Raid
No, it's
actually
not.
pulled up onto Old Gangsters now. That was the third-party team that shot Team Fate into this compound. I believe as well XYQ coming in behind. So a lot of these teams, they're hearing the action in the center, Neptura. They're wanting a piece of the action.
They sure are. Raid was lurking in the background for a while, all through the Fate times OG fight there. So look, what a buggy shot there, my goodness. But he's trying to get rid of that tail that he's got in the form of Raid over there, and he looks like he might be able to do it. Nice little idea to skirt that hillside so they aren't able to get him, but we got a replay coming in here. Oh yeah, really nice shots there with the scar. Good stuff.
Yeah, and I mean, look at this as well. We're seeing a lot of pre-fires, teams common where he's at, and I mean, just absolutely flood him. He's only got a shotgun if everyone comes at a different angle, but this is the moment you were stressing about. Big nade, actually gets a knock and damage on 2 of them. Both the Overwatch and Zeus combined shooting. Harry's nowhere to be found. Great stuff from Old Gangsters, salvaging it. Unfortunately for Fate, kind of fumbling it in our eyes.
Yeah, a little bit of a fumble, which is such a shame because I think that push was a great push. They played that very, very well.
Yeah.
OG were looking really sorry for themselves there until that nade. So a really good job from both sides there. Moving on, GR Esports. Now, this is a team we haven't had too much of a chance to talk about, right? They did come in third place in that last game. Nahan was that one solo out in the zone that got completely run over, but he was third place. He was still in it to win it. So we should be looking a little bit more for them here. But as the zone goes hard shift, that's a massive hard shift where we should be really looking at BC. Remember, isn't BC one of those teams? Is it either 7th place I think they're in? Is that correct?
Yeah, they're one of the border teams, them and Boba Lovers to the south. No one in front of them. All these teams. I'm also looking at XYQ. They were one of the teams where they had only one placement point, but they have the zone shift to them. Lotus Esports as well. A bit of a fumble that first game in my eyes. This is a big opportunity for these teams to start securing a lot of elimination points. Unfortunately, though, I'm not liking GR's spot right now because Lotus completely surround the compound. I don't even think they're going to be able to drive out of here, and they're not even in the zone.
Yeah, this is very unfortunate. It's a really good spot if the zone had gone to them, but it just hasn't. An Illusion taking full advantage of that really nice little split here from Lotus. You got somebody on that back angle. You've got Illusion right on the front line there. Great nade as well. Looking for that bounce. Isn't quite gonna get it, but it just goes to show them who's a boss, right? Lotus Esports definitely saying, oi, be very aware of us.
Yeah, I think he's definitely in range to just sneak one on a good bounce over. Look at that! Re-knock and a double on Illusions. Amazing. With the absolute Tom Brady of a throw, the Hail Mary coming in. And now this is the time you got to push. It's just 2 players up, and look at this. All of Lotus Esports swarming the compound. They do this as a 4-man, and I believe all of them are going to have frag grenades in the back pocket. Not even going to need it. 1v4 situation now, though. Has to be on the solo to salvage this. Try to get at least one teammate up, but Zozo, they're not buying the nade. They're going to be forcing him to take the fight. Does get one, but going to be stopping at that. Lotus Esports completely wiping off GRX off Miramar.
Honestly, Zozo did a great job there. Really nice nade to stop them from that push. Allows him to buy a little bit of time, get another knock. Unfortunately, couldn't make it happen on that second player, but still, really good defense there from them. Love to see it, but they do go out there. So next, we're going to be moving over to Golden Boys, another team we didn't see too much of. Oh, but this could be a big fight brewing. Enigma, TSG, XYQ, but Golden Boys are real. Oh, going to town with those vehicles.
Yeah, I mean, Golden Boys, this is just not the only spot on the map that people are fighting at. That's why we're going back and forth. Golden Boys looking a little bit on the back foot, but if everyone's in a vehicle, hit the 180 and start supporting your squad. Seeing as well, though, we're back on this. XYQ. We're holding a bit of a split here. I think Quancha's just trying to show large presence onto the TSG squad. If you're going to get a knock, you know, I don't expect them really to push. We're seeing a P90 actually found, so great weapon going their way. The 3 gear, though, is kind of the main thing we always like to take note of, especially with competitive PUBG Mobile. The helmet, the armor, really plays a huge factor late game. I'm hoping that he doesn't lose it early on, but, you know, a lot of these players like to take pod shots, like to pad the stats. I've never been a fan of it, so I'm hoping on Miramar we get to see this team coming into the late game.
Absolutely. We are seeing more of these teams inside zone at this point. The zone does center up straight onto TSG, straight onto XYQ. BC as well. Raid on that edge side there could be very good for them. But where actually are we? We're on that big hill next to El Hazahar. So actually a really good end zone for us.
Yeah, we're always a fan of the mountains, and I did like what you said pre-show where it's, you know, people kind of get baited with high ground and stuff like that. Now, I was always a fan of Star Wars with playing the high ground and stuff like that, but good thing this isn't Star Wars. This is PUBG Mobile, and for the most part, I'm hoping that when it comes to these late game plays, if you are holding the high ground, you're sending the last 3 remaining players, 2 players if you're a trio, to start applying pressure, because if you start getting isolated out, Miramar is one of those maps where it's flat terrain coming down. You're on the complete open hillside running down some of these mountains. So I'm hoping these teams don't make that mistake. But With that being said, with it getting so small, I'm expecting a lot of these teams, instead of it being 13 teams, I'm expecting this maybe to go down to 8, maybe even 7 on the zone shift.
Yeah, 100%. I think we're going to be losing a few teams fast and furiously for sure, as old gangsters are on the edge of the city here, or they're in the middle of the city, edge of zone rather. Somebody let somebody else drive. Wait, he can't. He's a solo. Oh Lord, he has to rely on himself. So far, not going well.
Hey, he's got the flames on the vehicle. You gotta let him burn it out, I guess you could say.
I guess. I don't know. The flames don't make him invisible, man.
Hey, listen, if you don't see them, they don't see you. That's the whole mindset I had when I was playing comp and stuff like that. You just look straight at the ground and you hope for the best. One thing, though, I'd like to note is these are the two teams basically doing the best on Miramar right now. DE Esports and Lotus Esports opting to look for a fight on this western side. Both of these teams not in zone. I'm hoping that they actually rotate in, but looks like Lotus Esport will be the first to punch it into the gun. And, I mean, if both of you have 4 eliminations, I'm hoping you're not feeling too underconfident. I guess you could say you have that prowess of, we have eliminations, we can take fights. But with it being Miramar, we've seen a lot of teams struggle getting into these zones.
Yeah, we have actually. I think it's been an easier time with this zone. There's a lot more paths to take. I mean, it's not very populated, right? There's not a whole lot of teams that land over here. So teams have had some respite to come in, but as the zone centers up, no one's on it again. So now you're going to be looking at TSG having to move in. You're going to be looking at XYQ trying to gatekeep them and stop that. You've got DE now moving into a very contested area. It's like we got 2 halves of the map right now, both with each half of the lobby, and then the middle bit, the actual zone, is completely empty.
Yeah, I think maybe these people got some weird colorblind thing where the colors are switched, because the center of the zone is not supposed to be the blue zone. Everyone's treating it like it's cold turkey or something. Raid, though, I believe is the team rotating into the compound that's just barely in on that southeastern side. But one thing I'd like to know, kind of get your opinion on it, is virtually every single player on the edge instantly hopped in their vehicle coming to that next zone. Do you think it was more, they're wanting to take the fight, or do you think they're just going to start sending it in for placement?
Honestly, I think we're going to see an attempt at sending it, and I think probably their mentality is get to zone. If we get stopped on the way by, having to take a fight, then let's do it, but let's be ready for it. Let's be on the ball, and let's get quick moving.
Yeah, I mean, Katri, he's trying to make the quick move, but I think they hear it. I think he actually had knocked one early on. They have the idea. He's there. It's just a matter if he can kind of maybe win this 1v1, but he's actually going to run out into the open, give him the 1v1. Katri almost winning that. Could have actually been disaster for Extreme Souls, but luckily for him, I think that was a great proactive play, because now they can revive both players at the same time, not having to go one at a time. And with the zone shift, I'm really hoping these teams start making moves now, because with 10 seconds left, the timer's not going to be on your side on this one.
No, it's really not. Often, I do kind of, advise you don't have to listen to the zone all the time. You can start to move in when it suits you, allow other teams to be pressured by the zone, but, you can have a little bit of leniency. Beautiful little crash there. Great spray from Lotus. But for this zone, Enigma, you cannot be thinking that the zone is your friend right now. The blue zone is your enemy. You have to get moving now, and this is what we're starting to see.
Oh my goodness, like it's just a bloodbath right now. Everyone's looking at you. XYQ, they were the team on that kind of spearhead of the north. They actually opted to just not even look for that third party on the west side. They were able to kind of third party TSG and stuff like that as they rotated in. And look at this, every team, they're getting caught out in zone. People are fighting for little lips of cover here, and the only team that's looking in a comfortable spot somehow is going to be VRZ Esports.
Yeah. I was going to mention that. This is the team at the bottom of the leaderboard right now, and they are looking so strong. They're the only team inside of zone. They do have Jinx off on the massive off angle, which is risky, but hopefully that is going to pay off in their favor, right? And I think teams are too busy looking at each other to really look at Jinx, so this could be a very powerful position.
Yeah, I'm hoping he kind of just snakes his way in. If he could have that sort of off angle, even if he was to get eliminated in the blue zone. If he was able to keep his squad alive, I believe they're playing a little shack, little kill shack, I guess you could say. All these teams that we're seeing, Golden Boys trying to make a move, stuff like that. Lotus Esports being pigeon-held down. XYQ, though, they're making the send up onto the ridge. They're actually turning their sights towards the Lotus Esports squad. Tensa being knocked. Full aggression coming out. It's going to be on a Juancho and H to clean this up. Tommy gun in hand. Big nade from Juancho. Nice damage. Unfortunately, though, getting traded out. We're down to just a solo, I believe. No, actually still 2 players up on XYQ. Big nade again from the squad. A little bit of a trade, though. Down to just HH. And unfortunately, XYQ eliminated from the threat of Lotus Esports. 9 eliminations. Neptura, they're looking hot.
Hey, yo, PB, don't just skip my prediction next time, all right? Just skip it. It's not worth it, bro. It's not worth it. Jinx does go out here, but LTS have done enough here to keep themselves alive. VRZ still in the game. We're down to our top 5 already. It seems like it's gone pretty quickly. Raid is here, BC is here, Outlaw is here, and VRC and LTS are also here. A lot of teams from the bottom of this leaderboard coming into play here.
Yeah, Bullet Club, it looks like they're a trio, actually a 4-man. Since we're down to the 4 teams, we could see it on the top side. Outlaws, that was my team. They are a solo. Maybe my Cinderella story happens this game. Not too sure just yet, but Raid, they're a trio themselves. They're trying to get, I think, in range to maybe nade this shack. It'll be disastrous. But, I mean, if you're VRZ Esports, you're kind of happy that Bullet Club's putting pressure. They're that sort of 4th man on your team if they start applying. Unfortunately, not going to happen. I think we just skip predictions altogether. We're never going to do that, of course. I want to keep them coming and start cursing teams. We're down to just top 3 here. Looking good for Bullet Club. It's a matter if they can kind of piece it together and work themselves into this last note of the game.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell, right? Their body language is looking really good. They're looking like they're adaptable. They're looking maneuverable. They're looking for that info, looking for an opportunity, which is really nice. Raid in a little bit of a more precarious position there. VRZ really within nade range there. But for VRC, if I was them here, we're still in zone. I think I'd keep a little bit more quiet. I know you want those kill points, but top 3, you could do so much better than that.
Yeah, I think the big threat's got to be on Bullet Club right now. You got to really kind of assume which squad's got the 4-man, how they're playing and stuff like that. I'd like to see T-Raid, if they went anywhere, they work this right side, knowing Shaq doesn't have that good of angles onto him and stuff like that. But my eyes, if we're having to take a guess of who's winning this, I'm loving Bullet Club's spot right now.
Yeah, VRC down to a duo. Yeah, I personally would let Raid and BC actually fight this one out. Out is over here somewhere. Speaking of Out, there's a solo somewhere. I don't see him. I'm not sure where he is, but he's there somewhere.
He was vibing.
Oh, no, he's
at
not.
some point.
No, he's not. He's vibing out in the lobby. I've just realized that he doesn't have a player bar, so that's my bad. Anyway, Bullet Club, though, they know exactly where VRZ is, obviously, but he does have to move in. Small Man 66 got 22 meters to go to get into that zone. So a good spread coming in from them, but when you're getting to stage 8, it's so open. This could be anybody's game.
Yeah, but the time is now. The smokes came down, and Raid is battling it out with Bullet Club. Full pre-fires through the smoke. No cover for either team. Back and forth. VRZ Esports trying to hit a bit of a med off. Not going to be able to do it more than once, I think. Bullet Club, though, they got to finish with a push. It's a duo 2v3, on this western side. Pre-fire every angle. Raid, they're actually getting 2 knocks, and the VRZ Esports solo, he's in zone. He's not going to clean it up. Amazing win for Bullet Club. Team that, was kind of quiet leading up to the end, but showing that if you have a 4-man in those later zones, Neptura, it's worth its weight in gold.
Absolutely. Really, really well played. They waited till the end. They played it super quiet, and they came back with a bang. A really, really good job for them. That's going to get them so many points on the board. I can't wait to see what PB has to say about this game.
What I have to say, 2 things. One, VRZ,
Yes.
I challenged them. They had to show up this game, and they did. They got right up there in the top 2. So again, not a ton of elims, but they're here. They have a pulse. We're still in it, baby. And number 2, how about that bouncing grenade? I am sure we are going to see it in the replay here coming up, but that, for me, getting the double. Man, oh man, I like that. But Enigma, walk us through the action, what we saw in the second game.
Yeah, the second game was a repeat with DE Esports having a contest off drop. Unfortunately, was on a 3D Max, getting squad wiped down. Bit of stuff happened afterwards where teams were just slamming compounds. This was the big one. Neptura and I were kind of baffled about Team Fate. They get an opening knock onto one of their players from OG on the roof, but salvaged the situation working as a squad. And right as we were praising them, right here in this situation, they all run out through the same door and they just get funneled like sheep through the same corridor. And unfortunately for them, getting completely wiped by the remaining 2 players of Old Gangster. And oh man, this was, I mean, look at how money this is. This is the nade. Bang! And look, you can see him scramble right here trying to get away. I just feel sorry for him.
What a camera angle there. I mean, that was quite literally the Kobe moment, right? You just chuck it and hope for the best, and it lands. And not only that, he was able to get the flush on the body crawling away from the action there. So really nice grenades there from Illusions from range. And ultimately, Lotus getting a few elims this game, leading the entire lobby with 9. So Lotus coming to play for sure. You see Free Sheet Gaming alive late on in the game once again. And, our production, I think, favorite team, Boba lovers. They love that Boba. So here towards the end of the game. But XYQ, not a bad pick. They did pretty well this game as well, Neptura.
They sure did. Yeah, it was nice to see them have a little bit more of a backseat in some of these situations. Try and have a little bit of a tussle, a little show of power, but not get too involved. They were waiting for those placements to come to them. They did to a certain extent. I'm not sure by how much, though. You do see 5 points on the leaderboard. It's not a lot. It's fine for game number 2, but I would have loved to see a little bit more.
Absolutely. Bullet Club picking up the dub here in our second match of the night on Miramar. 18 points to add to their total. That is much needed. They were sitting in 7th, I believe, after the first game. So they will definitely be shooting up the ranks after this one. As we mentioned, VRZ picking up a much needed second place here. That's going to vault them out of that bottom spot on the leaderboard. Raid and Outlaws once again finding their way to the top 5. So again, some consistent performances from them. And Lotus Esports, again, kind of a late entry to the whole Challenger League. They have put themselves in the top 5 once again. So, Enigma, here is the overall. Let's take a peek at where we're sitting after our second game. And we are, all knotted up in both first and second, as well as third and fourth. Enigma, notably, 3D Max slides down to third place here. Bullet Club, with their performance in Game 2, will move up to the lead. And Outlaws, they are tied with, give us your reaction here to the leaderboard.
I mean, for the most part, it's got to be on 3D Max. We're going from 100 to 0, from Game 1 to 2, 25 points to 0 points. It's not something you really want to sit on too much if you're a competitor, but you got to address the elephant in the room. You just absolutely butcher it, essentially a 10-point lead. You got to come back strong into these next 4 games. I really like seeing, though, Outlaws. They performed well in 2 games in a row. The bonus points weren't really there much compared to other competitors in this top 8, but one of the teams I do like seeing up here is in that 5-6 place spot. Free Sheep Gaming, XYQ, even though we haven't seen much out of them, they're getting enough elimination points to still be up in that top 8 ranking, showing that even if they have a couple bad games, they're still in a fighting chance for top 6.
Now, Neptura, I did notice on that first page, 15 points for 8th place, only 27 for first right now. So everything is super, super condensed. And even as we go down through the 9th through 16th ranks, you still have 4 teams on this page in double figures right now. So quite literally, anyone is in it at this point. We don't have any point sponges yet. What does that kind of do for teams and their strategies moving forward in Game 3?
I think it means that most of these team strategies are actually working. I would just keep your head down, keep doing what you're doing, try and aim for maybe a few more kills. I could see some of these teams starting to get a little bit more aggressive as they get used to the lobby as it's working tonight. I'm excited to see how this next Erangel comes in. It's the common map. It should be the one that they really know.
Absolutely. Well, we are getting ready for our third game. Erangel is coming up next. Guys, we're going to take it to a quick break, load those players in, and we'll come back once we've got them locked and loaded. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back from our break. We are getting ready for game number 3. Again, the story is all the teams are condensed into like a very small range of points right now. Anyone can win, basically. Anyone can move on. The top 6 will be moving forward to tomorrow night's Premier Finals. Enigma, my focus right now has been on Outlaw. They are in second place right now, tied for first, honestly. But they don't have that chicken dinner that Bullet Club does right now. But Outlaws have finished in 4th place twice, and they currently are leading the lobby in damage per game right now. They are the most active team. So again, my eyes are continuing to be on them. What about you? Who are you still kind of keeping an eye on?
I'm still looking at Outlaws, like you said, but my eyes are turning now towards Three Sheep Gaming and XYQ. Both those teams were premier teams. They were relegated down from not performing well in the Premier qualifiers, so they're kind of wanting to get their name back up on the board. They do have those high elimination counts. We're looking at 11 for XYQ, Three Sheeps Gaming, really more so having those placement points. But I'm hoping that these teams start taking a note out of Outlaws' book, like you said, of being the proactive team, going out of their way to try to get the elimination points, because at the end of the day, that's what's going to save you from going from 6th to 7th place.
Now, tell me if I'm wrong, Neptura. For me, I feel like ever since basically a year ago when the points shifted down from 15 for Chicken Dinner down to 10 and then only 6 for second place on down, I feel like the impetus has to be on getting elims, right? And playing a bit more aggressively. And with only 6 games, at teams' disposals tonight to move on, I feel like that aggressive play has to be really the strength and the focus of those top 6 that are ultimately going to be moving on. What do you say?
I agree. I think it definitely has to be something that you prioritize coming into the final 4 games of this evening, especially when you have such a short form format as you do tonight, right? So we're going to be looking at a lot of aggression, hopefully coming into this next Erangel.
Amazing. Well, we're just about to kick things off. We got all the players lined up. Enigma, give us your pick for game number 3.
Got to be Outlaws. Repeating their name over and over, they got to get a win at some point.
Amazing. And Neptura, coming to you. Give us your pick for game number 3.
You know what? Why not? Let's go Outlaws. Let's do it.
Oh, 2 for Outlaws.
Okay.
Third.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Do I make it a third?
Of
Erangel, first game winner was Three Sheep Gaming. I'm going to go back to them for the back-to-back. I will go Three Sheep Gaming for the pick. We'll see if it was a fluke. I don't know, y'all. Guys, we have Erangel loading up right now. Production's telling me in my ear, Boba Lovers was the pick. I don't know about that, but I'm going to hand it over to you guys. Enigma, take it away. Game number 3, Erangel, coming up now.
Game 3, we're back on Erangel and Neptura. Now, I'm kind of upset after giving praises to PB. The second game, we had the same mind, the same, not the same, like, facial haircut, but, the same shirt and, the same idea of maps. And then just throwing the wrench of, not picking Outlaws. Kind of a little disappointed in that, but with this being, you and I on the same side, now I'm really hoping that our caster curses maybe kind of cancel out each other. They start putting the X on it. And hopefully they're able to get a win because they're in that second place, that tied first place spot in second. But, top 6 is the goal. If you're starting off in second place coming into what seems to be, almost halfway point of the match or a halfway point of the finals for tonight, seems pretty good to me.
Yeah, it really does. And I think they've been in the top 4 consistently so far. So definitely a win is on the books for them. So hopefully it is this match. It would be a great time to do it, right? Because you get a nice big win, you're kind of cruising for the rest of the evening. So I think here, game number 3 is going to be a crucial one for them.
Yeah, for the most part, after this, it's going to be that halfway point of the tournament. You're going to be able to really kind of digest everything and see where you're at on those point boards. And, we're looking at those middle of the pack teams. I think I want to kind of get your thoughts on it. We're looking at, Three Sheeps Gaming. Even though they have a winner under their belt, they're still in that 6, 7, 8 range. XYQ, they had a good elimination round that first time. But a lot of these teams, I'm hoping, don't fumble the bag in terms of this map, because going to that Sandhawk, it's really anyone's game on that map.
Yeah, 100%. It is anybody's game on Sandhawk, and also, in my experience, it tends to be the map of the lower teams on the leaderboard, right? So if you're in that top 7, top 8, you really want to make sure that this game is the one that you do well on, because you never know Oh, but Lotus sure knows. Andrew sure knows. He knows he's back to the lobby already. But can he make it a second one? Fetty about to join him.
I mean, Fetty almost hit him with the little pistol action there. Gets the headshot body, but I mean, if you don't get a real gun, it's kind of hard to do that sort of thing. And, you know, we didn't really know what happened this first Erangel match, but it looks like we do now. Both of these teams opting to fight each other. I really like seeing old gangsters actually take the fight to them. Lotus Esports, that last match had a lot of eliminations, but it's kind of a repeat of, 3D Max, where they had a good solid game, and then the very next one they lose the fight off drop. And oh gee, it looks like they have a good idea where this player's at. It's a matter if they can really pinpoint the exact house. But at this point, you know, it's just a repeat of Miramar. It's only a matter of time before your whole team gets eliminated.
Yeah, 100%. It is unfortunate, but it is the name of the game, you know, Enigma. You never know what's going to happen in the next game. You know, a good game in the last game doesn't matter. That's in the past. You gotta be looking to that present time. And for Illusion, he did some good work for his team in the last game. Can he pull it off again? He seems to be making a retreat. I like this from Lotus that they're regrouping here, but I'm not sure that OG's gonna let him.
Yeah, they're never going to let him do that. Kiddu actually just opted out and wrapped into the building onto him. Now it's just 9:25. He made it across the road, but if they start kind of fishing you out, hearing the noise and stuff like that, they're going to instantly start chasing you down. And, I mean, look at this. There's only so many buildings you can run through until you got to start going through the open field. And really kind of unfortunate stuff for us to see for Lotus.
Yeah, 100%. Oh, waited too long. You know, there's such a thing as trigger discipline, but he disciplined too hard there.
The BM!
The box shooting? Okay, there's beef. We gotta get somebody on that. What's the beef?
I respect it. Well, it had to have been just you drop on them and you don't fight the first game. Like, come on. We're not sharing loot. We're not holding hands. This ain't AYSO where everyone gets a ribbon. There's winners and there's losers. And OG coming out on top with the squad wipe. And, you know, we saw at the beginning, you know, this is going to be actually one of the early fights. Ander shot through the window. I actually believe he gets knife finished here. So BM already at the start. And then look at this. Fetty, he has the pistol headshot body, but not enough for it. They get the better armor and weapons. And at this point, it's just Lotus Esports hoping that OG overextends. That's not going to be the case. Great stuff out of the squad. And the box shooting, I'm all for.
You gotta get a little bit of that beef in there, right? But Kiddu actually got 3 of those eliminations, so he's looking at a 1v3 here, starting off the game strong. So that's gotta feel good for them. They're looking to potentially get some real points on the board here for this third game. As we look to Outlaws, our picks, Enigma, they're over at school, they're over at apartments. The worst place on the map. Hate it.
The worst?
But
Wait. No, you did not just say that. Come, you gotta give more respect. No, you gotta give more respect.
I like
to school.
I like school.
Well, no one likes school, you know, in real life, but like
that's true. Yeah.
You really don't like this?
I like school. I go to school all the time. I refuse to go to apartments because people I'm not good at CQC, okay? And I'm not good at buildings, all right? We all have our strengths and our weaknesses, and mine is those stupid hallways in apartments, all right? I die every time.
Everyone's got the kryptonite, you know, Superman's got his own and that sort of thing, but, you know, luckily for Outlaws, they didn't have anyone drop with them, so, you know, I'm always fine with looting an apartment. If no one's in it, I'm not going to get ratted on, but I like this spot because it's that center spot. You don't get as much loot as Pachinki. Maybe you don't get 4 free eliminations on Lotus Esports because they're not dropping on you. The only issue in my eyes would be, you know, that sort of vehicle situation. A lot of teams maybe drop around to steal those and kind of gridlock you in. But with Outlaws being the team, it seems to me like they have a really good balance. I want to get your kind of digest of this. I feel like Outlaws has a really good idea of when to put on the gas and when to put on the brakes. They take those early engagements when they need to, and they pick up the eliminations. But then they'll also play for that late game and make sure they secure at least 4 or 5 placement points.
Yeah, and it really comes down to having really good timing, like an understanding of the timing of the game, the timing of what you want to do when, and also really good game sense in terms of what teams will be doing. They got a nice predictability,
For sure.
right? Because they're going, okay, well, we don't want to do it right now because teams will be doing X, Y, Z, but we want to be going into the mid game and then taking this fight in particular because of whatever reasoning they have. So they've got some really good logic on them to be able to time this nicely. So a good job coming in from them for sure.
Yeah, really worried about reality right now. They landed at this sort of water city, a lot of teams coming around them, and for the most part the zone hasn't shifted just yet, but that first zone is centered all around ruins. That's why we were looking at Three Sheeps Gaming and stuff like that. DE Esports actually camping out reality, picking up a knock and thirst, I believe, on the buggy player. I stress it time and time again, you do not want your best player on the back of the buggy because he's going to get shot off. Outlaws, though, not feeling the brunt of that at all. Choosing to just stay on this eastern side, but I mean, look at this. All these compounds are already taking reality, already almost losing their vehicle, losing one player as well. This is not the start you're wanting on Erangel, especially if the zone shifts towards you.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, at least they got out of the water town, right? It's a great spot to loot up. I always like it.
Yeah.
But it's very easy to get surrounded there. So good job getting out, but the vehicle is smoking. You're kind of all inside it. That's not great, but they might just survive a little bit longer, maybe just to get to another vehicle here. But they will be moving straight into raid, and they don't know it. No, turn around, go back.
Oh no! Oh, who's driving the vehicle? Who are we calling out on that one? I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at that point. Both of them blown up, and I mean, look at this. Solo completely away from the squad, so reality. Really unfortunate stuff. We'll get an overall view of the map right now before the zone shift. And that center spot on the south side, a lot of teams wanted to shift around into it. And for the most part, that's not even the prime position anymore, Neptura. It shifts towards Mount Everest. I'm hoping we see a mountain finish.
Are you? Because I like crate finish. Crates are pretty cool too. I always like crates. Everybody hates on crates for no reason, but I digress. Anyway, interesting that no one's in Georgia Pool. Everybody has moved out or actually never went in the first place, and yet it's got a major part in the zone. So definitely one to be watching there. Fate Harry, poor Harry. He's in the mix of everything. Every single game, he's always knocked in some way. This guy. But he will get finished out now. He has time to go rest. Nate's going to be taking that for him. Zuko gets that point, though. And 3D Max just moving in very quickly.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, full four-man, driving up in vehicles, looking for those sort of easy free points on the edge. I'm not sure how we got to an isolated spot there on that eastern side of the map, but a lot of these teams, they're making their rotation, and now we're actually going towards Watertown, towards that southeastern side. A lot of these teams, though, you were talking about crates and stuff like that. I believe Bullet Club is now starting to fill in there and that sort of speak. And, I got to call you out because on one note, you say that school apartments, the CQC's bad, and then you're like, oh yeah, but I'm fine with crates. Like, no, Neptura, we got to have like an internal discussion here or something because that's kind of just counterintuitive to me.
You know what? You may have a point. I don't know. I just always seem to do fairly well at crates. I like that it's more open than apartments, so that's probably why Thanos likes how open that angle is. Onto TSG. What is happening with TSG, Enigma? They had such a good first game, and now game 2 and game 3 do not seem to be going well for them.
Yeah, I don't know what the heck happened there. You should be able to hear the vehicle pull up, but now you're going to make sure you're hearing everything. Nades are starting to get pulled. 2 players now trying to get a re-knock. Benny being on the brute end of it, almost getting knocked out. Sicario being able to get the reset, and we're trying to get trades, but Triggs on the off angle around the backside getting knocked. Benny trying to hug the crates, and I mean, you're just getting swarmed with it. Next one might knock. It doesn't yet. DE needs to start getting aggressive. They need to be pushing on this, or else that reset's going to be coming through. Benny still holding close.
It does come through.
I got the reset off, but they just stayed on the bottom. I want to see you start. We need to start storming the hillside here in Neptura. Where are the shots coming from?
See, This is crazy. DE, you had the advantage. You naded that area to smithereens, and yet you still didn't push. Like, obviously there was no one there. If you weren't hearing that damage feedback, there's nobody there. Oh my goodness me. Anyway, DE, good push coming in from the start. A little bit slow now, not able to push on up. Didn't want to, and now double knock. What the heck? Oh my goodness me, not good for DE at all as nades keep pouring in. Benny is knocked, but Enigma, it could go either way at this point.
Yeah, the key component's going to be chosen. He's got smokes in front of him, but he has the off angle. Benny should be able to get reset. At some point, you got to kind of figure the nades are going to stop. You're the team that's throwing them later. Sir is hearing chosen walk up closer and closer. This has to be a big nade. It's a double reset coming off. If he can just get one reset again, but the close range is going to come in. Leaves him 1 HP with the pre-fire. TSG now down to a trio, having to find a point of entry. Below toss, big nade damage, not actually connecting any. I thought that was on the money. Now TSG still forcing themselves on the lip, but I mean, you got to start making moves at some point in Aptura. These nades, we're seeing the connects, but no aggression from either team so far.
Yeah, I understand it more from TSG's perspective. They've got the high ground. They've got a lot of cover, a really good position there. So I could understand they don't want to go down. But for DE, they should have pushed a very long time ago. And now you've got this sort of thing where they can't really push away. They're kind of stuck. And now you've got teams coming up over that hill. You saw them taking shots there. Not sure who that is up on that hill, but you're starting to get third-partied.
Yeah, the third party is always going to be the thing. Old gangsters now. It's Ruins, Angle, Sign. We're seeing a lot of teams, you know, kind of, I think, put the pieces together of where this fight's going to be taking place. But zone shift starting to come down. Maybe they just kind of tuck tail and split either side. But the real tragedy of the whole situation, of course, TSG losing one. But I'm not even sure if any of those teams have utility left. We're seeing probably 30 or 40 frag grenades get thrown. We're seeing the smokes get used. I mean, I'm not sure what kind of backpack people have, but excuse me, thankfully for both those squads, the zone shift kind of stays towards them. We're going just south of Mount Everest. All these teams are making the mad dash in, thinking they're Jason Statham or something, but for the most part, you're having to make it in, and a lot of these teams aren't letting you do it for free.
No, indeed. Boba still making large rotations, a late rotation for them. It could work in their favor. They've gone to the north of north of Giorgio, so they're out of the way. There's nobody over in that direction until they get closer to the zone. So it should be a quiet rotation for them. TSG did, in fact, move away. They just skipped town completely, said hey to OG through bullets, and then went on their merry way. So trying to get a massive rotation here. Don't hate it from TSG, but this is a Hail Mary sort of situation. Oh, and it's just gone horribly wrong. All in one vehicle, and that.
I mean, another driving fiasco. I don't know what to say. It's basically the same spot on the map, and we get to just see it. It's deja vu. I don't even know what to say on that one. And Golden Boys, you know, I mean, you're kind of happy for Golden Boys. You know, 2 free elims. Someone just came in on a smoking vehicle. You know, it's free points, but you kind of feel bad because they were in the zone. If they just felt like playing there as a 3-man, maybe they were chilling, but really tried to just get them in there. And unfortunately, just trying to bite off a little bit too much more than they can chew, and ultimately dying on rotation.
Yeah, I think we have our -1 point team for the game.
For the game?
It's got to be TSG for this one. It's got to be.
Yeah. I mean,
that was
we gotta. It can't be just the driving. We gotta include that fight in there too. You know, around ruins, like we're fighting at the castle. We thought they were the kings of the castle, and then they weren't, and then they started doing a Mad Max sort of, I guess, cosplay, and ended up being one of the side characters, not the main car going through. So unfortunate for them. A lot of these teams, though, we're going to be looking at Boba lovers towards this northwestern side of the zone. This is going to be on the school side. Fate just in front of them. GR Esports, though, they're going to be the team on top of the mountain, Aptura. And I'll go on to get your opinion on this, because the mountain, yeah, it's always great. But a lot of games, I feel like we see people completely steer clear of Mount Everest, and this team just kind of get stuck up here. They don't really get
Mm-hmm.
elims. Teams don't come their way. And it just kind of seems like a wasted potential in my eyes.
It is, but I think no one pushes it because it's notoriously very difficult to actually have a successful push on.
Mhm.
Once you have somebody up here, it's very difficult to get them away from it, get them out, get them back to the
Yeah.
lobby. I often say that, you know, no fight here is ever clean. It's always the messiest fight, all down to a 1v1 at the end of the day sort of deal. So notoriously difficult. I'm not surprised people steer clear, but that does mean that, as you said, the team on top is not able to get any points and actually gets stuck on rotation outwards. So it is difficult. But we do have Boba and Fate making some waves here. Boba did a great rotation, but into the wrong team, it seems. Dazzler able to take out Diddy Party there. Get wrecked completely, but Zoom trying to do something. They are just down to 2.
Yeah, and I mean, it looked like Boba Lovers had sort of 2 eliminations. They knew the last 2 players are here, but fighting off a little bit more they can chew on that rotation. Now forced into a 2v3 situation. The nades are going to be the big deciding factor. And look at this. They hear that sort of pre-nade coming off. Boba Lovers do. So Team Fate, they're trying to kind of save the util, but at some point you're going to have to start making moves. We're on this western side, and obviously the players can't see it, but I know Outlaws is right inside a zone next to them. So you got to kind of take this fight clean and fast, or else the zone's going to start really eating away at you. And the nades are coming in. It looks like they're going to start making their push now. Neptura UMP in hand. The smokes are out. Zoom's got to go big here. Not be the first player knocked. All stacked, and oh, look at this. He's sticking the nade pull. That's 1 knock.
Iconic.
A second on the pre-fire. Too worried about the stairs angle, and it's an all-out push. But look at that.
Oh, no.
Teammate body block. Hooks is in a 1v1 situation, and he barely misses it. Oh my goodness. I thought they had that. Fate winning the 2v4 at the compound. All these teams struggling to take fights after they have a man advantage. We're also seeing XYQ make the send into the ridge line. OG catching them off guard. We're looking at Raid picking up an elimination as well. XYQ now down to just the duo Neptura. I'm not sure if I'm liking their spot.
No, it's a very tough spot, and they know it. You can see them. They're throwing those smokes everywhere. They're going to try and get out as fast as possible. They got stuck, and they've realized, oh no, oh dear.
Man.
We are not looking good. Please help. So they're getting those smokes ready to go. In the meantime, you've got Raid, you've got everybody looking at you in multiple different ways over on this eastern side of the zone. Raid as well there. VRZ could have some shots. So very, very difficult. At least Tensa and Valak do have this nice little ridge, so that is one angle sort of covered. But yeah, it's a tough spot for all concerned.
Oh, and I mean, it looks like they might get 1 elimination as well, but XYQ, they really got to worry about where DE's at. They need to make sure the smokes are up because they're looking to take their spot. DE is not going to be slamming under the compound. There's 2 teams in each of those buildings, XYQ being the duo. You kind of start putting the pieces together, and with there being just 10 seconds left, teams are really going to start struggling on their next rotation, not even this one, if they don't have the vehicles to play with.
For sure. OG down there as well. Oh, hang on. Okay. Things just got more interesting. XYQ might not want to vacate so quickly, right? It's a fairly good spot, actually. If they can get rid of DE here, it's not the worst position in the world, but you do have OG. They're going to be trying to make a move as well, and I doubt really it's going to be on the buildings.
Yeah, I'm looking at Golden Boys as well. They're on that south side. OG starting to make a move where it actually looks like they're going to ignore Raid and only look at XYQ. As being a duo, you got to really be looking for the shots, but looks like DE, they're trying to regroup there. I like the off angle, but not going to be the case. All these teams still stressing to come in. XYQ actually losing a player, but this is going to be on the mountain. 3 teams up here. GRX losing 2 players on the mountain. Looks like Extreme Souls is making their aggression right now down to a duo. Bit of pre-fire going off. Looks like just 1 now. 2 of the players, both of them 1 HP. They'll be just Star Boys on top. It's going to come down to this 1v1. Gets him on the peak. Neptura, it's down to just the DBS, and it's not going to be enough.
Oh.
Extreme Souls holding the mountain with players next to them. 11th place as well. We're talking no placement points rewarded just yet. All these teams, we can see it on the battle tracker. 3 solos left in the lobby. They're really punching the air on this one.
Yeah, it's always so heartbreaking when you survive this long, right? We've been here 15, 20 minutes maybe, and you still get 0 placement points. That is rough. You've put your heart and soul into this game and still no placement points. That is the problem. That's why you need eliminations, and that's what Outlaws are here to get. 5 on the board so far, and Fate run right into them. Is this going to be now 7?
I mean, it's got to be something for him. Moneta's got the duo up, and he just peeks over. The freebies coming in, and this is the team holding that western compound. They heard the commotion on the mountain. They made their move up to it and trying to get a piece of the pie. I like the timing for them. Like we said at the start, they're amazing at doing it. I believe they were down to just a trio. Another team we've had our eyes on is XYQ, holding this as a duo, getting the reset off. Now we're looking at OG trying to get reset. Raid trying to get the reset. I believe there's a third team there as well now, trying to get the reset off with the zone shift though. Neptura, it goes to the mountain. All these teams are going to have to move this next zone.
XYQ, this is really, really difficult. I mean, they're gonna have to move eventually. I think they shouldn't move yet, but now they've got 2 teams at their back. It's gonna be super difficult for them to hold or for them to push away. So with Valak down, it's even worse here. I have a feeling this is the end of the road for XYQ. We'll see, though. I mean, it is Tensa. He could do something here. He for sure could do something, so we'll see.
Yeah, he's got to get the rust blown off right now, especially. 1v2 spot. The smoke push is coming. He hears them coming in close. Tensa understands what is at stake here. The DBS shots come out, and unfortunately not going to be able to hide underneath it. 5 eliminations, only 1 placement point, I believe, maybe 2 for that squad. Unfortunate to see. We're looking at OGX right now, though, on the battle tracker. I think that's 12 eliminations, if I'm seeing that right. Some teams having 7, 5, 4. A lot of these teams having high elimination games, but the placement's got to come with it. We're still a little bit too far down to be comfortable with it being top 6. And look at this. We're going to be looking at Golden Boys having to make the move. VR Esports in front of them, trying to hold in zone, but the blue zone, it's not going to be a mess around at this point. Neptura, they're making the send in. Someone's got to start putting shots down. They are softened up for you, and here comes the big nade. Oh, my goodness, not connecting, but we're seeing it come down now. The scar shots, the nades, the mollies. All these players are struggling to find their spot in zone. Down to just a solo, a duo now. I don't even know how, but Golden Boys wiping VR Esports Raid as well, being eliminated in 5th, getting an extra placement point. We're down now to just the top 4 teams coming in this last zone shift.
My goodness, it's all going down now, isn't it? Golden Boys up to 9 elims. This has definitely been the game of elims, right? They got all those new finals jitters out of the way in the first 2 games. We are looking very good here for these teams, and Outlaw still here, top 3 every single time. It's always a solo, but they're always here.
Yeah, I don't know what happened this game, but it's a solo and a solo versus a squad. Golden Boys should be the team to win this and that sort of stuff. Moneta, I believe, is just trying to get that extra placement, possibly, but they've got their eyes set on him. I don't think they're going to find that player to the east anytime soon, and oh, never mind. It's a matter of who plays chicken first with that squad. OG is stressing a bit on the rock. He's the one focused. Does get a knock, actually, onto a player. Might actually be a bit of a disaster all the way out in zone. Looks like the other solo is getting forced as well. So these players, it's a matter of time. I'm hoping the solos maybe come out on top. Have to wait and see. Nade pulled. Moneta, we see the angle. He's got a 1v2 it. He's got his own frag grenade as well. If he can actually get an opening knock here, Neptura, that would be huge from the solo. Down to the trio. Big nade coming damage. And look, his teammate now, he's trying to play the hero play. He's moving close to try to save his teammate from getting knocked, but Calm, cool, and collected with the Bison. Bit of pre-fires coming out. No damage just
geez.
yet, but shot in the back from the
Hey.
solo. I thought they were
Yo.
going to be holding hands on that one. Unfortunately, not the case. Golden Boys coming out on top with the winner chicken dinner for map number 3.
Ayo, that stab in the back from that other player there, that was
Not
mean,
cool.
but Golden Boys. Yeah, not cool, but Golden Boys, big GG's going over to them. An excellent game in what was a very difficult zone.
Absolutely, guys. That was an incredible finish. And not only that, sorry, I had to get the mute button there. I was like, I'm pretty sure I'm going to pull an Natura. Haha, burn. But sick game from the old gangsters there, putting up a ton of elims, and I absolutely love the circle. Valiant effort from our boys XYQ. Look like Tensa and Valak putting up a heck of a fight. Ultimately, they go out of there. But what I'm seeing here, Natura and Enigma, is two teams really starting to try to put a gap between themselves and the others. That's the old gangsters and outlaws, both of them with high elims, high placement, and with everything bunched up right now, we'll see if this is a statement game that helps them separate a bit.
Yeah, the separation's going to be key, and for the most part, these teams, they've really got to start separating now. You don't want Sandhawk being that deciding factor for you. The main key takeaway, though, we got to talk about it. Someone's got to take these kids to driving school or something. I know back in your day, you were able to take that in a class, like at your school. They don't do
Right.
that anymore, I think. So these people really need to start taking a lesson out of the book as well. The other elephant in the room has got to be, I don't know what's going on with these 4v2 pushes, but a lot of these teams are pushing it, PB, and I'm just wishing they didn't, because it's so free. When we see all the angles, it's just, I don't know if it's a mental gap or just the nerves getting to them in the tournament.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good point. I'm with you guys, though. What the heck was up with some of the driving this game? I feel like we need to open the Titan Series driving school for kids that can't turn the wheel good. Unfortunately, we had some mishaps for sure. It led to some people getting eliminated early, some teams going out quickly. Not what you want to see, but ultimately here, a really interesting final zone. I don't know that I've seen it like this close when you're just in this kind of area. I haven't seen it on this side of Everest before. It always seems to go up to the top or maybe over a little bit further towards the west, but this was like a fun end circle for me. And ultimately, we have a couple of teams really starting to be super consistent, but also the Golden Boys, chipping in their name as well there. Neptura, 19 points overall. They got to love to see what they're seeing here after game 3.
100%. This is an excellent game, and it goes back to what I was talking about at the beginning of the match, right? You've got Sandhawk coming up. Historically, that is a map where the lower teams on the leaderboard tend to win. So if you're in that top 8, if you're in the first half of the leaderboard, you need to make sure that this game is what counts, because you never know what's happening over on Sandhawk. So a really, really good result here for the Golden Boys, the old gangsters as well. 20 points on the board for them. That is insane. So a really, really good job from them as well.
Absolutely. And one of the things I want to point out here as we take a peek at our overall standings, the logo similarities between Golden Boys and Bullet Club really throwing me off here. When I try to do a quick glance at, who's doing what, I keep thinking, I think I've seen them before. And I'm like, no, that was really Golden Boys' first chance kind of doing something really great. Ultimately propels them all the way up to 3rd place here in the overall. But Outlaws starting to stake their claim as the top dogs in the lobby. 22 elims so far to credit to them, and they're in first place right now with 40 points, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, it was just those top 3 teams that last game, 13, 19, and 20 total points off that match alone. Now, obviously, Outlaws has the most eliminations in the lobby, but Old Gangsters having the second most, 14 of them were from that last game. They actually had 2,400 total damage as a squad, so even though they finished in that 2nd, 3rd place range, they weren't the winner of that last match. They still had more than enough points for them to be comfortable with it. I'm looking at the rest of these people like XYQ and stuff, struggling on the placement points, and this bottom 9, we're needing to see a bit more signs of life out of them, especially from Three Sheeps Gaming. You have a win under your belt, but you're not even in the top 8.
one of the teams to suffer from some driving mishaps perhaps this last game. They find themselves in 9th place right now. Again, we saw the cutoff right now for the top 6 being at 27 points overall, and I feel like one of the top stories is our top finisher in Challenger so far was 3D Max, and they've gone from 1st place now slipping all the way to 6th, and they are the team holding the line right now at that cutoff for who will advance to tomorrow's Premier Finals. But it looks like 3D Max is tied with Bullet Club, 27 points overall. What does 3D Max have to do, Neptura, to get back on track? Again, 2 games in a row they've gone out 1st or 2nd, and you know they got to be trying to avoid that as we head to our next map.
I think really the biggest thing is they have to actually be good. They have to play good, and they're not. So I don't know what they need to do, but just do it. Do it better. They're better than this. I don't know what happened. I don't know. They're like one-hit wonders tonight. I don't get it.
Dang.
Qu'est-ce que tu
See
fais?
if they can
Oh
bring
my
it
God.
back. Oh my gosh. Hey, what do they got to do? Well, they got to be good. Am I right?
They
Well,
gotta
we'll see
be
if they're going
better.
to be good in game number 4. We're queuing that lobby up right now. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be heading to Sandhawk. Welcome back. We are getting ready for Game 4. Coming up next on Sandhawk, we'll turn our attention to the jungles to see how will these teams do in close quarters combat and see the chaos that inevitably will ensue at Boot Camp in Paradise. Obviously, we've had some standout teams so far tonight. Enigma, for me, it's been Outlaws. They have come in with a fourth, and a third, dropping 9, 5, and 8 elims respectively. For me, that is how it's done. You go out, you get those elims, you add that to the total, obviously, at the end of the day. It's got them comfortably in first place right now with 40 points overall. For you, moving to Sandhawk, is this a map where teams, they're going to try to make that jump, or are they just trying to kind of hold firm and keep that position?
I think it's one of those things where you got to make the jump, especially if we're looking at that bottom 8 of the leaderboard. We're talking, we're looking at maybe 13, 15 points. We're seeing teams drop 19 or 20 total points if they get into that top 2, like we saw last game. But with the teams at the bottom side of the leaderboard, you're really needing to start getting the motor going at some point. You're having that point gap already, at least a game back. You need to have a strong performance to get yourself in contention for tomorrow's matches. And unfortunately, we're not seeing too many signs of life out of these teams. I'm looking at VR Esports, Lotus. Yeah, we've seen them win 1 or 2 squad fights, but I'm needing to see more than just one team fight win.
Yeah, unfortunately, last game, I thought VR Esports, again, I called them out after the first game. They had been kind of sitting in that last position. And I was like, it's time for them to show up. And they did in game number 2. They finished second place. And they were primed to finish very, very well in game number 3 as well. Had great position on Erangel. They were in the only compound in circle on Erangel. And unfortunately for them, the second they had to leave, they just got absolutely smashed and run over. So we are loading up right now. Plane's just about to take off. So let's catch some predictions here. Neptura, I'll start with you first this time. Who are you picking here in game number 4?
I'm picking Fate because lower ranked team. Sandhawk is always a good match for them. So yeah, I'm going with Fate on this one. And I'm also predicting 100 grenades.
Okay,
because
100 grenades. Got it. I will get my grenade
There's so many nades.
Up,
predict them
and
now.
We will check that out. I mean, hopefully they throw less than what was thrown last game at Ruins. That was bananas. But Enigma, coming to you for your prediction for Game 4.
Game 4, we're going with Extreme Souls. Haven't talked about them much. Saw them get a few elims on Mount Everest. I'm hoping on Sandhawk they're able to keep it up till the very end.
So far, so good for Extreme Souls. Everyone's still in it right now. I will point that out. We talked about this a bit during the break. Is the gap super narrow right now? One good game for any team has them in contention for qualification. My pick for this game, though, again, is with the team that's been most consistent today. That's Outlaws, and I'm looking for them to pick up their first chicken dinner. So Outlaws, we've got Extreme Souls, and we have Team Fate as our predictions. And with that, we will get ready to send it here to Sandhawk. Any final thoughts before we head in, Enigma?
For the most part, I think if you're those teams at the bottom end of the leaderboard, you got to be hoping you start off strong here and make sure that this game is a momentum shift for you.
Right on. Well, I'm praying for a hot drop. Let's see if the PUBG Mobile gods will give us one. Guys, enjoy the game. Take it away.
Let's get it, baby. Neptura, I gotta call you kind of crazy for asking for 100 frag grenades. I kind of would have PTSD if I even saw half of that go off in the match. With this being Game 4, though, Titan Series Season 5, of course, Challenger, Finals. We're looking at top 6 being the magic number. And, you and I have talked about it a bit, obviously pre-show and in between each of the games and stuff like that. I gotta really get the breakdown from you. How much of a factor is Sandhawk coming into this match?
With it being so late in the map rotation, I think it's very, very important. There's going to be a lot riding on this game. A lot of these teams that have been struggling so far are going to really want to use this as a springboard for the second half of the night.
Yeah.
They're really going to be wanting to catch that momentum. So often we see teams that struggle in Erangel or Miramar where these bigger teams know what they're doing more. You see in Sandhawk, a lot of those bigger teams getting caught out, a lot of those bigger teams just not having the room, the scope to really control zone as much. And this is where these less experienced, these teams with less points able to actually catch up a lot. So for them, this is massive.
Yeah, one team that's definitely needing a springboard is Team Fate. We've seen them win a lot of early game fights, at least getting 3 eliminations and maybe just getting third-partied, maybe just in a more of a precarious spot, throwing a few pushes like we saw in Miramar, but they're against a team that's won the hot drops basically back-to-back. DE Esports, they are in currently 12th place, 12th versus 15. Bottom 8 on bottom 8 action, and this is going to be all the way up on the north side, Houghton. So hopefully these teams, they do get the zone shift like we see on the top left, but that only means you got to take this fight fast, Nepturos. There's going to be other neighbors knocking on your door.
Yeah, 100%. It means that this is going to be very, very crucial to get these points done, squared away, and move on to the next one. I personally would not be staying in Houghton for very long. It's going to be a hot spot for a long, long time. You're going to see teams start to really move into this location. I, for one, do not want to be one of those squads. I want to be up on those hills looking at them and laughing.
Yeah, what's crazy, too, is no one's actually on the mountaintop yet for Camp Alpha, so
Right.
it's really going to be a mad dash of who gets there first. I believe there was a team that was kind of trash looting just west of Houghton. We're also seeing here on the north side, GR Esports versus Lotus Esports all the way up in Cal. It's going to be just on the other side of the river, basically on that northern POI, and looks like disaster is starting to strike at Houghton. Fate losing a player early on might be able to get the reset, but with DE Esports, look at this. All three man pushing together, trying to get the thirst. It's going to be a matter of who can hit the shots over the other.
Sure is. And so far, it's a 1 over to DE at the minute. Then it's nice push. They're moving together. They're moving as a squad. There's obviously some synergy going on there. They know what each other is kind of doing, and they're playing along with that. Riven, though, has got the DBS in hand. 14 shots in that barrel, and should be looking for some major shots. But just can he hit them, right? Because we've been seeing a lot so far tonight that those DBSs, those shotguns, they've been missing.
I think that's just nerves, you know, like you got to really kind of lock down the 6-game mark. It's not like we're playing PMSO where you get 90 total games. It's not like we're playing PMSO NA qualifiers where it's 2 or 3 days total. We're talking 1 day. This is your shot. You played the qualifiers. You went from 85 to 10 teams playing here tonight, and now you got to make top 6. The meat grinder is really something that we can't stress enough about. And with this being said, Fate, this is the team that, you know, we had promising eyes set, especially you, Neptura. Now we're having to be put on the back foot. What seems like every game will be 3 situation, though. DE Esports, they have a DBS of their own, but Fate does get the first, gets a thirst as well, but not going to get another knock. Had an opportunity there, but now down to just the duo. Unfortunate for them, but look at this. Look at that. Golden Boys maybe third-partying this as well. A lot of people I'm seeing on our map feed start rotating towards the bridge. If I was Team Fate, I'm honestly thinking of just tucking tail and running. Yeah, look at this. Just instantly running to the bridge.
Yeah, I mean, I might even go for a little bit of a swim, you know? I want to see some fish. I'm tired of all the people. I'm tired of being on land. I want to go for a little dive, see what's down there for a bit, and maybe keep my head underwater for a little while just to make sure I don't get spotted, because these are 2 teams, right? Golden Boys, we saw them do super well here. Didn't we see them just win a game? So obviously this is going to be looking like a bit of a scary team here, especially when Cigarette has him in his sights and he's not doing anything. This is now a horror film. What is going on?
Yeah, I mean, he's just waiting for the chance. Unfortunately, not going to put it together. Probably should have had that knock there. Now DE Sports, they're looking your way. He shouldn't be getting knocked here at all, of course, but
Nah.
a little bit of damage loss. He does actually see him on the wall there, so a little bit of eagle eyes going on. This wasn't the only fight either, of course. I believe Cow still has their fight going on the eastern side of this river. Teams starting to rotate in as well, one behind the other. And for the most part, the mountain's still free above Golden Boys. I'm surprised that no one's opted to take that just yet. Maybe they assume that people are there, but coming back to Cow, Lotus Esports, they have 1 elimination onto the GR Esports squad. Hopefully they're able to piece this together. But this is one of those spots where, I mean, we're not even in zone, Neptura. How long are you really wanting to wait until you start moving in?
Yeah, this isn't great. It isn't good. 1,200 meters from zone and you're still in a fight. No, bad. -1 point from me. Bad.
Yeah, I mean, this is on the east side of the map. I didn't even see this on the map feed for us. That's how far they were. Raid now. They're getting caught off, and look at that. Just ratted in the corner. You're not expecting that with the DBS. Boba Lovers now down to a duo, having 3 eliminations to their name, but it actually looks like maybe there was more than one squad fight kind of going on here. A lot of teams opting to kind of hold each other in the zone. Fortunately for them, Boba Lovers forced into a 1v1. This is actually a big fight for this team. He's actually not even going to opt for the res. Gets taken off with Boba Lovers now. Trio trying to condense down. Free point. He does have the DBS. We've seen players do work with it. It's a matter of when the team chooses to strike. Not enough for the nade, but I'm wondering why this is taking so long. Just drive up onto the solo. A lot of damage coming down. At some point, you got to start moving. We see on the top right, look at this, Neptune. On the complete other side of the zone.
Why are you still in Mung Nai? Why? No one goes there on a good day. Why are you there when the zone's the complete opposite? Where were you looking, sir? Free point. Looking in one direction only, and that direction is to the lobby. Oh my goodness me. I have no notes except why. That's all I can say about that, to be honest. That entire thing.
You know, I missed like when there was like team comms and stuff like that. They did that for one of the world leagues and stuff like that. I really would have loved to know what people were kind of saying when you first take the fight, because you know, some people, they like rotate on the edge of the map, kind of like we're seeing Small Man do here, just on that north side. And then it's like you just get full 4-man sprayed by people like holding one compound. It's like, okay, guys, what are we doing here? Obviously, that team kind of reaps the reward. Boba Lovers, they're needing the 0.6 actual eliminations to their name, only losing 1 player. But the zone shift, it's not something to play around with. It is on that far western side still. You got no vehicles, and I mean, the med situation can't be looking too pretty.
No, it can't be, and it's not going to be holding out very long, right? You've got a long way to go right now. Bullet Club, the same exact situation going on. He's only got 1 med kit, or rather, first aid even, so even worse. It's not going to last him long enough, and heaven forbid he actually, you know, crashes his car, something like we've been seeing so far. You crash your car, it's over. Man. I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I'm not going to put it past any player yet. But the kind of the driving we've been seeing the last 3 games, hopefully it kind of stops here with it being Sandhawk and stuff like that. But you know, the zone shift is starting to bring these players together. I think everyone kind of has the same mindset, unfortunately, of what they want to play. We're seeing a lot of teams take early fights right next to each other, like how we're seeing right now with the Golden Boys, DE Sports, and all is still going on up top. The mountain's still open. No one has taken the top side, that crown-seated spot, I guess you could say, on the map. Maybe with the zone shift, we'll see people go up there, but it's kind of disappointing for me to see.
Well, I almost wonder if it's just because no one's actually in zone. You know?
Well,
there's a couple of teams that kind of have their spots and no one wants to move, and the teams in Mung Nai, still in Mung Nai, aren't there. Like,
yeah, I mean,
maybe that's just it.
I'm trying to look around right now. We're looking at 1, 2, 3, and then, you know, 1 team got wiped, so that's 4. We're going to throw GRX in there for 5, Fate in there for 6, because they're right on the edge. They just made it in. So, you know, a little under half of the lobby being in that third-party spot. This, though, going to be the solo spot. Big knock from Harry. He's a solo. Nice point for him, trying to at least get a few points on the board now. Another 1v1 situation. Zozo, though, he's not going to be taking the bait, trying to make this a 1v2.
Ooh,
it's going to be a matter of who hits the shots, but what do you even need for the shots? Don't give it to him. A little bit of a bank shot, free point. GRX, though, only 1 elimination, down to 2 players. Still not in that good of a spot for me.
Yeah, but you know what? Save your bullets, throw an aid, iconic, OP, all of the things. Amazing, show-stopping, incredible. We love it. Oh, and the zone shifts and boot camp and the southeast side not looking good. Boba are like, you know what? We got this. This is going to be so clear. No, it's not. Turn around right now or go down to the south side. I don't know what to tell you. Even a botation would be better than going through boot camp at this point.
Hey, I'm always a fan of the boats, okay? I don't like swimming. I don't like getting wet. so to speak. Outlaws, I'm liking
Fair.
their spot, though. They looted that west side, and that were the team I actually thought would be taking the mountain, choosing to play towards the bridge, maybe reaping the rewards, because with all the teams being kind of congested around that river and around that eastern... Oh!
Ooh, sneak.
I'm going to have to put a note on that. I don't know how the heck he got here, but just a little freebie. Hello, thank you. You're shooting me all the way earlier, 10 minutes ago. Yeah, that's payback.
Yeah, it's what you get. It's what you get, says Thanos. He snapped him back to the lobby for sure with that one. Jeez, but I'm honestly surprised that Golden Boys didn't have more players up there. They only had a solo up there, which seems very odd. Why would you want the compound when you could have the cliff side? I'm confused by that, but sure, it's fine. Extreme Souls gonna be trying to get some nades here, trying to buy a little time to get this res.
Yeah, they're taking the fight with VR Esports. Primo's trying to get kind of crawled back and revived. A little bit of a saving grace, Angel from the squad, but Beastia is trying to get that confirmed. Not going to connect with the nade, backing off to the bridge. But look at this. Extreme Souls, I don't think they've realized it yet, but a team has snuck in behind them. Reality coming up to the compound, putting them in the meat sandwich right now. Gonna be on Kina right now to get an opening knock, but you saw it in the first Erangel game. Chapo did win his 1v1 on DE Esports on the Erangel. He has the potential to do it again. And with that being said, XYQ is going to have an angle across the river. Extreme Souls really maybe kind of overextending, trying to play towards this river, now being put on the back foot. But, Neptura, I think I just saw a team frag nade from Reality. I don't know what happened there. If he's dropping the sauce or something, or they're playing hot potato, but something going on there. Extreme Souls still not opting to push. They're a little bit too spread out still, to say the least, but with 30 seconds left, you really got to start taking these fights now over never.
Well, this is a very interesting thing going on here. 3 Sheep Gaming coming out of boot camp, and actually 3D Max had like a 2-2 split either side of the river. They came back onto the boot camp side. They regrouped away from the zone, trying to gatekeep, I think, but it's not working. And now 3D Max are in a bit of trouble. So are 3 Sheep Gaming, to be fair, but at least TSG have a bridge, right? 3D Max have to swim, and it's going to be a slow, painful path.
Yeah, and I mean, all these teams were on the south side and the eastern side are on the river. That's why we're seeing so many players start to get knocked. Luckily for TSG, no one's playing that edge compound on the south side. Reality, though, we're going back to this fight yet again because this is going to be on the west. They are not in zone. They got to start moving in. We're talking Outlaws as well with VR Esports. All these teams going to have to start moving in. And now here's the point. Reality taking the fight to him, losing it. Down to just a solo. Extreme Souls getting 4 eliminations down to a solo. And now look at this. Boba Lovers, Production's favorite team right now, coming in for the third party. Should be a clean and easy wipe. I do like the logo. Maybe that's the sucker for him and stuff like that. I personally love the logo, but 5 seconds left. If you're Boba Lovers, you can't be taking the knocks like you can right now. But Outlaws, they're a team that's got to work in as well, looking for the pod shots, getting damaged a bit. They need to make the rotation in. And look at that. One of them actually got knocked, I believe, at the compound. Going back to Boba Lovers, though. Big nades coming down. A lot of fights going on, Neptura. And for the most part, I mean, you can't even see anything if they're throwing flashes. Someone's got to peek them at some point.
Nice.
Not going to be the case for them. Extreme Souls going out. 13th place.
That is unfortunate, especially, they do have 4 eliminations, but they needed a lot more than that. I think that's probably Boba's best decision so far, is to get that third party in. It only gets them, oh wait, no, never mind. I was going to say it only gets them a couple of points. No, they got 9 elims right now, so they're doing very well for themselves. That's exactly what they needed. We're seeing Outlaws, though, in a bit of trouble. Will they make it to the top 4 this time around? It's not looking good.
Yeah, I don't know what happened here, but Lotus Esports must have came from the north or something, caught them off guard with their pants down. That's not the only team. 3D Max is the team. You were questioning that split on boot camp. Now OG, the team with the second most elims, taking the fight to 3D Max. And look at this, carries in. We were talking about Coops potentially coming in. They made that roster swap.
Hey, yo.
They need to get the points, and this is the man that you want in these prime positions. Opening nade knock as well. down to the solo. And I mean, look at this textbook play stuff. OG now on the back foot, trying to salvage the situation.
Nicely done. About time Coops came in to carry the team, because apparently they need carrying. What the heck is going on there? But a decent position for them so far. It's a nice, strong position against OG at least. Yes, OG are gatekeeping, but still, it's a nice cliff edge. The zone does not favor anyone though, so everybody's now in the hot seat for sure here, as we get a lot of teams starting to move on out. Now Lotus, Ander is going to go out. Boba continuing to do very well here.
Yeah, I mean, they were kind of the menace, the thorn in the side on the southern edge, coming in super late for the third party, somehow making it across the river as well. Lotus, they had the vehicles, they have 7 elims, but it's all a matter of if you can get into the next zone. You're only going to be getting 1 placement point. If you get eliminated here, you got to worry about XYQ looking down at you from the north. You got to worry about this eastern side. And with 50 seconds left, the zone's shifting in. You're going to have to be running your gun your way in.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Boba with 11 elims has got to be the storyline, right? They're currently like 14th position, not looking good. 3D Max moving in. GG's, Old Gangsters. Old Gangsters, how many points? 2 points on the board. That's not a lot at all, unfortunately. GR going down as well. Lotus, Fetty, he's going to go down very, very quickly here. He does not have enough time to get that up.
Yeah, too much hesitation, but he might be able to get another placement. Doesn't get it. XYQ, though, from the top rope of the hill, getting the wipe. All of that south side is cleared. It's all a matter of the east and the north, and we're seeing 3D Max. They got to make their way in through the D-Day hills. I believe that's Golden Boys holding the sniper tower. The zone shift, though, it shifts west onto XYQ. DE Esports holding that top side of the mountain. Going to be coming down to who can hit the shots and who's going to be making the plays on Sandhawk. Now, Turo, which team are you looking at to take this one?
Difficult to say. 3D Max are really pushing that momentum hard, but it's got to be XYQ, right? It's got to be. They've got that position. They've got the numbers. I don't know. It's looking like an XYQ for me. What about you?
I got to give the doubts on that. I'm really feeling Coops coming in and stuff like that, because even though they're applying pressure to the Golden Boys, I think they're going to start maybe even wrapping the mountain into XYQ, but they're making me eat my words right now. They wipe out DE Esports. Now it looks like a 3v2, v3 situation. Might come down to just a straight up 3v3, and none of these teams are really having any control of the zone right now, so
yeah,
it's going to be coming down to who hits the nades. And oh my goodness, this is another long arm throw, maybe?
Oh, the roof saves him, and Carrie gets knocked out there. I am surprised by 3D Max here. I did think they were going to go for XYQ, but they just didn't, and now Carrie is no longer carrying. It's just down to Zuko and Nate. Now XYQ going to be moving on in, but that's a great knock from Nate. Really good stuff to put a stop to that, but they're outside in the zone now. It's not looking good. Not looking good at all.
Got to hit the shots. It's just Nate. Zuko is trying to get the heel strat off. Not really going to be the case. I believe he might actually just get knocked here in the zone. Trying to give Overwatch is going to be knocked. We're down to a 1v2v2 situation. 3D Max still in a little bit of a decent spot. Could be playing spoiler for both these teams if he is not finished out, but their eyes are set to Golden Boys. Trying to grief them for second place. Not hitting the shots just yet, but the pre-fire's hitting now. 1 HP from the zone. XYQ knows he's there somewhere. You got to spot him at some point. Where are we looking? Okay, thank goodness. 2v2 situation now, but the damage might be done already. No nade connect. We're coming down to who moves first. And look at this. Golden Boys just booking it to the center of zone, holding them on the edge. The dynamic duo HH and Tensa now on the back foot. We got to see what these players can do. 1 HP coming in. This nade should do it for HH. Actually going to miss. They're not going to spot him. And H sees him on the tree. 2v1 spot, but he hits the wrap. Tensa has the angle. XYQ win the 2v2 spot that I thought they had no right winning, coming out on top.
Well, goodness me. XYQ definitely did have the advantage there. But I gotta say, Golden Boys, that was a little bit of a throw. Come on, guys. You were looking really good at the center zone. You were moving to zone, and then you kind of just laid down and went, okay, we're in zone now, we win. And it's like, no, you don't.
Interesting tactics for sure to wrap up game number 4. Sandhawk, as always, a barrel of fun. We saw Coops make an appearance, carry into the game, and it certainly made a difference. They're not finishing in 15th, 16th place, all the way up to 3rd, 3D Max, with a resurgence here. Enigma, walk us through the action from game 4.
Game 4, I mean, it always starts with DE Esports taking these early game engagements. Fortunately for them, actually, no, they did lose a player early on, but DE Esports, them taking that early game fight on the north, allowed them to rotate in on top of the mountain, even though it was super late, taking that for free, getting a free top 5 placement finish. But Neptura and I couldn't really believe we were seeing this on Sandhawk of all maps. People on the complete opposite side of the map, Powerbang, just holding hands in zone, fighting each other.
Absolutely. Really good grenades once again in this particular game. Saw some great action there. And a lot of close quarter combat here. So again, Carey getting it done with a shotgun, picking his team up here, and one of those nades that was in question right here. He just seems to know right where to throw it. Look at this. He's going to connect just right on both of them. Gets it done. Carey bails him out here. And then towards the end of the game, we see Outlaws getting eliminated here at their lowest performance just yet. So not quite what they were hoping for. We'll see if they can hold on to the top spot. But Neptura, what about this madness going in? HH24 on the push to try to put pressure on, and they almost gave up that high ground position to Golden.
Yeah, I think they probably got it just in the nick of time, right? They realized what all the gangsters were doing, and they realized, hey, actually, we may have messed up here. Let's go back. And thankfully for them, it ended up being that there was a little bit of an oopsie made. The Golden Boys were unable to get it done. And so XYQ able to get 10 elims, 10 rank points, going 20 points in total. These are points they needed a lot. And PB, it's looking really good for them for top 6.
Absolutely. And production's got to be happy with Boba Lovers getting 14 elims here. They were busy. So let's check and see how the overall rankings are impacted here as we take a peek. Oh my goodness.
Jeez.
This is tight. A 3-way tie right now for second place. Golden Boys will take the tiebreaker based on winner chicken dinners. But XYQ, off the back of that performance, all the way into first place. 3D Max up a couple spots as well, so they'll regain their confidence and stability a little bit. But holy cow, this one is close. Enigma, what do you make of the first page?
First page is all about those elim points. We're seeing it kind of congested in that 20, upper, 18, 19 range. These teams, even though if they're having bad games, they're at least taking 3, 4, maybe even 5 players down with them. Obviously with Boba Lovers that game, they didn't really get the placements, but with 14 elims to their name, or 14 total points, they were able to double themselves, essentially coming into that 8th place. So even though they're on the bottom, they're giving themselves signs of life going the last 2 games, and hopefully for them, when they go into the next Miramar and Erangel, they're able to carry over that progression towards them.
Absolutely. So the mark at 33 points right now, that is the cutoff. And you can see several of these teams very well still in range of making that jump. Only 2 games remain tonight. You're going to see a Miramar and an Erangel to wrap things up for the evening. But the likes of Bullet Club, Lotus, 3 Sheep Gaming, and perhaps even some of the others still looking to make the jump into the top 6 to qualify for Premier Finals, which take place tomorrow night. Neptura, which of these teams on the second page here do you still feel has a great shot at moving up?
Well, 3 Sheep Gaming won the first game, right? And I have to give it to DE Esports as well. I'm surprised they're only in 12th place. We've seen them do a lot of work, particularly in that early game. Maybe that's what's shooting them in the foot, getting them not able to get up to that top 6. But yeah, it's odd to see them all the way down there. So I'm looking for more from them.
It really is, and we are going to be getting ready next for Miramar, so that's going to be fun. Going back to the desert, we will take a quick break and come back. We got more to talk about in just a moment. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere, and we'll see you guys in just a few moments. We are back. 2 games remain tonight. Who is it going to be? Moving on to the Premier Finals tomorrow evening with a chance to qualify through to the PMSL Americas qualifiers this fall. I'm so excited to be bringing you guys the action. My name is Power Big, and I'm back here with my lovely co-casters. We've got Neptura as well as Enigma. We are getting ready to hop into Game 5 for the evening. It is Miramar coming up next. If we could take a peek at the standings again in just a moment, I would love to kind of walk through the stage that we are going to be walking into, right? There is a cutoff right now at 33 points. Old Gangsters occupies that 6th spot, and there are several teams knocking on the door, the likes of Extreme Souls, Boba Lovers, Bullet Club, Lotus, all within 7 points of that cutoff. So really, this match is everything. Who is going to put themselves into that top 6? Enigma, do you have any thoughts on who that might be?
For the most part, it's going to be the teams that have those eliminations going their way. We've played 4 matches, PB, and we only see 2 of them up here in the winner chicken dinner column, meaning that 2 of the teams, we're looking at TSG and one of the other squads getting a win early on and kind of just fumbling the bag with momentum on the remaining 3 games. So hopefully with these last 2 matches, it's really kind of showing that whoever plays consistent is going to be making that top 6. But I mean, we can talk about the point spread as much as we want. 6th place being the cutoff for 33 points, 28-28. It's still anyone's game with it only being 4, 5, 6 points coming back to that top range.
And I even stress that the top few teams here, Golden Boys, Outlaws, 3D Max, they can all easily get passed up by multiple teams sitting on that outer edge right now. They've got to buckle down and play some good games as they close out this stage of the tournament. Neptura, if there are any teams in that top 6 right now that should be put on notice that you fear for their chances of who are you looking at?
I hate to say it, but 3D Max. They have not been consistent. They've had 2 good games in this entire night, and it's been sort of by the skin of their teeth. That last game, they should not have placed as high as they did, and they managed to just get out alive on it. So I'm slightly worried for them. I hope I'm wrong, but yeah, that's got to be the standout.
Absolutely. I mean, I hear you. I feel like if Carey suits up, a.k.a. Coops, I feel like that'd probably be all right. He's able to come vault into the top leaders of the tournament. Just only 1 game played so far. But I got a little quiz for you guys. There has been one player for me that has caught my eye many times today, just dealing loads of damage. If you guys had to pick a standout player today that leads the whole lobby in damage by a large margin, who would you pick?
Ooh.
I'm going with an Outlaws player. It's got to be one of them, I think. They at the top.
All right.
It makes sense.
Who you got?
I think it's going to be. Wait, hang on. I think
it's
gotta be probably a team. Ooh, it's gonna be hard. It's not gonna be TSG. You know what? It's probably Outlaws. I'm with Enigma on this one. It's gotta be, right. It's gotta be.
Outlaws is solid, but they got nobody in the top 10 right now. Ooh,
really?
is kicking butt. But yeah, doubling up the top performing Outlaws player, doubling up, is from Team Raid. It's Freepoint. Freepoint's got over 2,100 damage today. Second place has 1,855. Absolutely crushing it. So I got my eyes on Team Raid this time. That's who I'm picking to win this next game. They haven't done it just yet. Let's go with a prediction from you, Enigma. Who do you think is going to be winning on Miramar this next game?
Got to double up on it. It's got to be Team Raid. You give me the numbers like
Thank
that,
you.
I got to
All
go
right.
with it.
Yeah, I'm tripling it. Tripling
it. We're all going Team Raid.
Yeah,
they
why
haven't
not?
sniffed the top of the leaderboard today. We'll see if they can do so in Game 5. But this game is critical. The penultimate match to see who will be moving on to the Premier Finals. Remember, the top 6 move on. Let's take it to Miramar. Guys, take away our Game 5 action.
Game 5. Back on the desert, the sand, the stuff that gets in everyone's hair and stuff like that. The clothes to make you regret kind of going outside. The heat as well, especially here, is 107 today. Hopefully these players aren't really feeling that too much. But, you know, for this sort of stuff, they're definitely going to be feeling the heat, at least in terms of the competition in Neptura, especially after that point spread. I can't really even stress it enough, that idea of how the points are so close to the point where 2 of the teams that won games aren't even in the top 8.
Yeah. That is a crazy statistic, and maybe that's what happens, right? Maybe we'd see more consistency from them if this was more of a 3-day tournament, right? You know, it is possible to have all these kinds of ups and downs, but over 18 games, it all kind of evens itself out. But that is really crazy that you're seeing that sort of stat come through. It just shows you everybody is having their moment. Most of these teams are pretty consistent when it comes to those points. They're all having really good games. Some of them are having bad games, but they're all fairly consistent in their pointage. That's why those points are so close. And that's why just winning Enigma just isn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, winning's not enough anymore. We saw, I think, a lot of teams, too, that were in that top 3 range. Seems like there's always 1, if not 2 teams where they're only pulling 3, maybe 4 eliminations. They're kind of snaking by, and unfortunately, you're not able to really do that anymore. One thing I want to note as well is on Miramar, I noted it last time. It's a good plane path. You usually only see 1, if not maybe 2 hot drop contests. But this plane path, in my mind, it's looking a little ugly because a lot of these teams that dropped on that north side, they're going to be looking to fight each other. And TSG, I mean, this is looking like 3 teams actually in Bacata, just starting off with complete mayhem yet again for this Titan series.
Yeah, they sure are. You got Impala over there looking a little bit, you know, what's the word? Hot droppy. There we go. Yeah. Look a little bit hot droppy, but that zone is going over to the western side, so they better snap out of it, get to zone ASAP. Power Grid looking big, though. No, it's Bacata, rather. 3 teams all here, Enigma.
Yeah, I mean, 3 teams. TSG is going to be taking the fight up with Ray. This is the team, actually, that had one of the highest performing players now trading left and right. There's actually a full 4-man team uncontested on that south side. TSG, though, with it being the duo, they kind of got to start making moves now before they get congested down in. You see this solo player over the wall trying to get the shots in. Not going to be able to find it till the very end. TSG now, this is a team. They won a game at the start of the day, now crumbling under each of these players' charismas and battle strategies. Thoughty now, he's taking the 1v1. He knows he's winning that. Down to just a solo, and now we're seeing it. Southern team, they're working their way in. It's not just a 4v4 Neptura. There's 3 teams in here.
Oh yeah, there absolutely is. Now this is where Sicario could actually get some major points. If this team coming in here doesn't realize, there you go, gets that knock, this could be really, really good for them. So hopefully he can get a couple of elims because they cannot afford a 0-point game at this stage, Enigma. If they get 0 points here, I fear for their potential in top 6.
Yeah, I'm really hoping Reality actually just kind of pushes this TSG solo. If you leave him alive, then you got to worry about a thorn in your side. You already have Thoughty kind of holding this cross. I actually would have liked if Sicario just didn't even shoot and he tried to rat it out there, let them cross the street, because you don't get points on knocks. I would have liked to see him wait to be able to get into a thirst position. Maybe just stress too much about losing the fight off drop and stuff like that. But you got to play it out to the very end. You got to go for at least 1 point, because we've seen it time and time again. That point spread in top 6 sometimes comes down to literally just 1 elimination point.
100%. I mean, dreams have been dashed and hopes have been just torn apart by 2 points. It has happened many, many times, even at, you know, the highest levels. So definitely something to really keep in mind. Hello, Reality, feeling a little bit too confident there, finally gets it, but they did not need to lose that player. Reality, what are you doing, my guys? That's a rip.
I'm looking at either Ying or Mono's fault. One of them's got to be pushing in together. It just looks like they pushed you kind of at the wrong time, but Thoughty, though, he was the player holding this cross, but butchering the thirst. That's not what you like to see. This is the team that we were giving praises to, and really just the caster curse. I thought with 3 of us, we'd kind of cancel it out and then bring it back, and then maybe cancel it out again, but it doesn't work like that. We're just always cursed this year. Unfortunate to say the least, but look at this, forcing the 1v1. This is the only play you've got. UMP in hand, some good damage, but you got to connect some more. Good. There's 1. 2 more left to find. They don't know where he's at, actually, but he's getting the pre-fires down. It's a 1v1 now. Wait a second. Same HP. Maybe get a reset here as well if he can stick it. No frag grenades.
Go on.
He's got to, you got to go for it. He's full sending it. 1v1 action. Hate on hate violence, but the jump shot Nahan clutching it for the squad. Neptura, you love to see that if you're a GRX fan.
Yeah, absolutely. A really, really good job from Nahan. I say no because the man almost had a 1v4. I was rooting for him for real. But you know what? Nahan has been the MVP of this team this entire night. He is always the solo, ready to go in that top 5. And he's done a really, really good job there. Very well done. At such low health as well. An excellent job from them.
Yeah, this is one of those teams as well. Even though they only got 3 out of potentially 8 eliminations, they keep all 4 players alive, and they were one of those teams where they weren't on that front page. We're going to be seeing a replay of it after the reset. Excuse me, this will be the first knock. A little bit of a jump shot pre-fire. Gets the damage in, and look at this swing. I was kind of worried here because Nahan hit him with the damage, but the Uzi swap, the consistency, really nice. The reserve to save the Uzi spray. Maybe if he used the Uzi here, he would have won it here on the spray, but unfortunately not the case. Nahan moving back, maybe messing up that hip fire angle. Great stuff to see from them, but that's not the only spot where people are kind of looking at to kind of contest. We're looking at San Martin right now, 3D Max. This was your team that you enjoyed seeing. DE Esports now looking to play a little bit of a thorn in the side. No knock, though, on the player.
Yeah, no knock yet. Not able to quite do it there, but I like this approach that DE have taken here. They've decided that they're keeping to themselves a little bit more. They're protecting their own placement here.
Yeah.
They still want to be that thorn in the side for 3D Max. They want to make sure that 3D Max know, hey, you're not alone here, and actually you should fear us, because remember what happened last time? Yeah. And I like that from them. It's a nice intimidation tactic.
Well, the scary thing for me is DE Esports, they've won a lot of contests off drop. You know, and we see them get, you know, a few good elimination points, but they're a team as well where they're not making it into that final placement points, that top 4, that top 5. They're not even in the top 8 rankings, I believe, as well. And this is a team I felt like they're having some pretty good team fights. So if I'm kind of worried for the rest of the lobby, actually, because even though they're not in that top 8, this could be their game where if they make it into the late game, they keep 4 players up, they really could start taking points and shuffling up the leaderboard.
100%. I mean, we have seen it all night, right? They obviously are good at the CQC. They obviously know how to take a fight. They just end up doing it probably a little bit too early. Now, Outlaws, they've been very focused on self-preservation here with that plane path. They went all the way down to the islands, and now they're making that late rotation in. This is a really good thing for me. I don't mind this. They're looking to preserve their position. They don't want to go out early, and honestly, going out somewhere no one goes is probably the best way to do that.
Yeah, we were also talking, you know, pre-show and stuff like that, and not even before the broadcast, you, PB, and I, about, you know, when there's this western side in play, if it shifts towards the edge, it's kind of a battle of who gets the high ground. Unfortunately for Outlaws, we see that's not going to be the case. I was kind of hoping it'd go to the west, so we'd have a good point to talk about. It's going to be shifted just west of San Martin. Monte Nuevo and stuff like that, XYQ's current spot, are going to have to rotate it in, so to speak, if they want a centralized position. But there's still a lot of room for these teams to be playing. I'm just interested in seeing how many players we'll see get cut off on rotation. And, Max, they're trying to drive in the bus. That's an easy target to pick on, but looks like it's just one player shooting.
Yeah. It's all good. It's all good. Interesting, the vehicle is actually not even half health, so wasn't particularly successful in that spray. Sure, okay. Good.
I think we just call it a tank at that point. Maybe the bus is the
Yeah.
I liked it,
I'm dead.
and now I don't like it. And oh no. And Fate's there. I mean, you gotta start
really
pulling up on him. Just hit the
Zoom.
bus.
It's up top.
Oh no.
Oh no.
We'll have to ship off of it, unfortunately. 3D Max slammed onto the old Gangsters compound. Solo up top, but Rob's getting a bank nade. Being a one-man army, 1v2 situation now in the building. The DBS is out. There is a vehicle, though, blocking him ever so slightly. 3D Max needs to start sending this to apply the pressure, but 1v1's going down. Pratty against Carey. Who's going to be winning the fight? The AK sprays come out. Don't worry about the vehicle, though. You got to start pushing. Free fires are coming, but he's worried about his teammates. He's hugging a burning vehicle, and Oh my goodness, I'm not liking this play whatsoever. OG getting completely pieced apart right now, running into the building. They know where they're at, and at some point you got to really start making the hero play yourself. 3D Max now, 1v4 situation. The nades are already pulled. That should be it right there.
Lovely.
Completely wiped, not losing a single player. 3D Max back to their dominant performance.
It's about time. GG's right there. Old Gangsters, we're in 6th place coming into this game, though, Enigma. That is a very worrying result for this Miramar for them. The pressure's all on that Erangel now. That last game, it really comes down to that. XYQ as well, looking to get some more points, but honestly, I think at this point, it's too close to call at this point.
Yeah.
They're only 9 points away, basically, from top 6, but still, they're looking good enough where I don't think they need to worry that much.
Yeah, the real worry is going to be OG. They were, what, 5 points ahead of 7th place? They were that borderline team. Obviously, XYQ is not too far ahead, but if you finish in that top 8, you even get only 2 or 3 elims, every point matters. And it's not like everyone below you is going to be having 10, 15-point games. And with this as well, I mean, GR, they tried making the full send. Unfortunately for them, XYQ holding the compound. Looks like they'll pick up 4 eliminations here potentially. And yeah, it's just a matter of time. Juancho with a little bit of a flash play. No damage yet, but the jump shot's going to come down. And it was only a matter of time. 13th place. They did have 3 eliminations to their name, Noctura, but we're just not seeing the signs of life going into that mid to late game.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. You know, you crash compound, you hope for the best, but unfortunately, it's the wrong team to crash, right? It's XYQ. They just won a Sandhawk. They're feeling good. Just bad choice, unfortunate choice there. They couldn't have known it was that team, but it was, and now they get to think about that in the lobby a little bit more. VRZ, though, Enigma, we've not seen much from them, but they've been quietly consistent in the background, right? Not super a lot of points here, but never 0. So could be good for them coming into this next one. They are just down to 3, but it's a pretty good spot they've got.
Yeah, but unfortunately it was Jinx that was lost. Obviously the last Miramar, they got into that top 2 placement, playing the Shack and stuff like that, but they're not putting much numbers on other maps. We're only playing 2 Miramars. You get 3 Erangels and 1 Sandhawk, so you really got to pick your poison on what map you want to perform well on. Luckily, though, for the Golden Boys, they have 3 eliminations right now coming to this match, keeping all the players alive. Unfortunately, though, Outlaws, I got to call it like I see it. We're in 3rd place, down to a solo this game. The last match, I think they only got 3 or 4 points total. So, might be a bit of a fumble coming to this last game with the points being so close, Neptura. And I got to kind of ask your opinion on this. When it comes to these players and stuff like that, we're playing game 5, right? And you're near that borderline 30, 40-point range. How do you really kind of approach the game when your team gets wiped early like this? You got to wait for 30 minutes and kind of just absorb the severity of the last game.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult to keep the mentality positive in that sort of situation. Something I always try and tell my players is you've really got to learn to compartmentalize each game, right? You've got to put it out of your mind. You can't let that affect you at all, because a new game is a new game. It's a fresh start. You got to come to it like you've had a good night's sleep in between, and you can't think about the last game.
Yeah, I think you said that best. I didn't even think of, I knew it was kind of that idea of the same way, but you just phrased it perfectly, that you got to compartmentalize it, you know, keep it just one game at a time, because if you bring it into the next, if it's not going good, you're going to be a negative Nancy, and no one likes playing with someone negative. That's when teams start splitting and stuff like that. And that's kind of the severity, I think, of teams. They need to start really kind of absorbing what these higher tier teams do after a bad game. Maybe even just ask them. I've had teams from these challenger qualifiers, I believe it was TRT, reached out to me day 1 of qualifiers. And they're like, hey, Enigma, my team, you know, I'm IGL, I'm wanting to really focus on this stuff, but, you know, I'm just worried. And I'm like, listen, you got to go 1 game at a time. And you got to make sure that you're performing with the team and focusing on improving. Because some of these teams, maybe this is their first tournament. this is the starting point.
Yeah.
Not everyone's going to be having a running start when it comes to competitive. Coops, you know, for him and stuff like that, he was on a great team of EFC and then moved to Knights and then obviously made it to international level. But a lot of these teams, you start off small, move to something great, and that's the whole point of this stuff, especially with Titan Series. That's why I'm so happy it's incorporated now, kind of in this flow of Titan Series, into NA Quals, into PMSL Americas, into the next portions of the tournaments. It's not just some third-party tournament. This is part of the system now. This is how you want to do it, and I'm happy that these teams are exposed to it. I just wish more teams, honestly, would reach out to people like you and I of getting, you know, what mentality stuff should we be working on.
Absolutely. Mentality is one of the most important things. You can have the best strategy in the world. If you're not feeling it that day, you're going to fail. So, yeah, DMs are always open. You know, if you need some advice onto that, you know, because it's so important. And we want you guys to absolutely succeed. And sometimes the mental aspect is the hardest to overcome.
Yeah.
So definitely reach out to somebody you know or to us or something like that. Just to make sure you're feeling fit for your competition, because it's so important.
Yeah. Oh, but back to the game. Of course, we're going to be looking at the northwest side. This is going to be up at, I believe, El Pozo. I'm not a fan of this spot of the map, to be honest with you, anywhere up here towards Lotus. And it's crazy because I believe it was PMSL, PMA, whatever it was that had NGX and stuff. There was a team that played on Lotus's position. Zone shifted onto them. I believe they ended with 23 eliminations. They went from 12th place up to 3rd, won the next game, and finished in, I believe, that 2nd place spot on their overall leaderboard. Wow. So these zone shifts, there's a lot of times where you could see teams, they choose to make the same rotation, and if the same team keeps winning the fight, they start murdering the lobby. This, though, it's going to come down to this zone shift. We see it. The north and south is pretty free, but XYQ,
Enigma.
They get the zone shift to the east.
What is that zone?
Hey, I'm a fan. I'm a fan of it.
Sure, I don't mind it, but I think everybody else does. This is a horrendous hard shift, except it goes to most of the teams. At least nobody's in Monte Nuevo. I think they saw that one coming. But Boba looking to get in on the action. I'm really looking at them this time around. Enigma, we've seen them get some pretty high points before. They're looking like they're doing it again.
Yeah, they gotta go back to back with it. Obviously, they have 2 eliminations right now. They're gonna be on that far east side. Extreme Souls crashing the solo of Outlaws. I don't believe they know he's there just yet, but this zone, man, I mean, it's a field. It's, I believe, just 2 compounds and then the hills. It's kind of going to be a battle for really 2 or 3 spots on the map. Not even people on the north or south side can rotate in anymore. You have to start gunning yourself in, and that's exactly what Boba lovers are doing. Opening knock on the DE Esports. The only issue is, though, is there's 3D Max, there's XYQ that could potentially start shooting you. You need to make sure you're not over peeking while working into this zone.
100%. Yeah, you mentioned there's only 2 positions really in play here. Make it maybe 3 here. It's gonna be XYQ. It's gonna be who else? Oh no, I've lost it. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. Who was there? Was it Golden Boys? Yeah, Golden Boys there, and also the team on the compound here. Not Boba.
Extreme Souls.
The other team. Yes, thank you, Extreme Souls. We went off. The camera went off, and I completely forgot what their name was. Okay, it's 4 in the morning. Don't sue me, please.
Hey, we're gaming right now, though. Boba lovers, it looks like they actually opted to take this northern side of 3D Max. They're worried about people playing the top of, I guess, Miramar's Mount Everest. No one's really there, though. No one actually opted to play that spot. Surprisingly, we're seeing a lot of spots that are prime positions. Be free. Right as I say that, Fate making me eat my words, trying to play that spot. A lot of these teams, they're kind of finding a little bit of a weasel spot, and we're still 11 squads remaining. With it being stage 4, though, the next zone shift, I feel like we're going to maybe go down to 5 or 6 in this next shift.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but Raid naded, one of the teammates naded himself, and so they're down to 3. So the triple prediction, not looking so good at the moment, unfortunately. The zone, okay, Fate, get up on that hill, get up on the cliff right now. immediately. And they could have a really good chance, to be honest. Oh, 3D Max's rotation here immediately on those vehicles. They're going to be going over to VRC, it looks like, trying to clear the south side, going for those elims.
Yeah, I like that play because I think right where the care package is in front of them is a playable spot. Could be free points, but Golden Boys, they're waiting their timeout. Raid getting held in the blue zone. Softened up a little bit. Free shots onto the squad. We see Fate. They're actually opting to play in the field. Maybe getting shot. But what is that? Bullet Club? Maybe holding them back from getting on the mountain. So these teams, they have to start moving in. Extreme Souls is going to be the main point of focus for these teams coming in. I think it's going to be a matter of which teams kind of hold each other to zone and which teams force that fight into the compounds.
Well, Raid go out in 10th place, 0 eliminations on the board, so not very winner of them at all there, unfortunately. They're going to have to work extra hard for the next game. The zone, though, still centering up on that area. Boba goes down. Hooks!
Oh, no.
Hooks, what are you doing, man? Don't do this to us. Come on now.
I think they actually tried to rotate to that north side of the road, kind of under the mountain, across from XYQ's compound. But, I mean, we're seeing all these teams really trying to make sure that no one rotates around them. 3D Max holding what seems to be half the zone, even though they're outside of it. I know, though. Everyone making the mad dash in. 5 seconds left. We're looking at BC. We're looking at GB. We're looking at... obviously, Outlaws. These teams are going to have to start moving in if they want to make sure they get into that next zone shift. And, oh, here we go, BC. I think they're actually slamming the compound, but everyone's kind of got the same idea or something. AZE stopping short outside of zone still. They might try to be forcing the warehouse near Nuptura, but look at this. VR and 3D Max, they're taking the fight now. Complete mayhem on the roadside.
Has everybody forgotten that XYQ still have that compound? Because they've all just decided to turn their backs to them and just go for it. Boba up on top of that cliff, but it's not going to work out. 3D Max, in fact, VRZ as well, have the right idea here. But I don't like how open this is. This is horrible.
Yeah, I mean, the Smokes, they got a timer. You're not holding 20 like we wish for 50 frag grenades on the Sandhawk match. These players are going to have to clean it up fast, and we can see right now Boba is starting to crest over. If I'm XYQ, I'm almost even handshaking with Boba, letting them kind of start softening up these teams in front of you. And look at this. I mean, we're seeing, what is that? 9 total teams. 6 of them are probably on that western side. And then we just see Boba. We see XYQ just vibing. They're having the time of their lives, just with their little picnics out. Just trying to get in that late game, I guess.
Exactly. They got the popcorn going, waiting for everybody to just start going back to lobby real quick, let them have some room to breathe here. Now, I do understand they do have that ridge, right? VRZ and 3D Max, they have that little bit of a ridge, but I still don't like it. We saw XYQ in the kill feed take a few knocks towards VRZ in particular, which I think was fairly expected. I don't like that play at all, but you know, the zone's gone there, so I can't rat on them too much here. But Bullet Club now, Extreme Slayers, I don't know how they've managed to stay here this whole time.
Hey, I mean, they've been holding it down. They're one of the remaining squads with 4 players up. Only 1 elimination, though, to their name. Boba having 6 eliminations to themselves. But looks like these teams, even if they were 4-man, they're losing players left and right. We're down to actually 16 total players. And look at that. Essentially 4 solos left in the lobby. So every placement point's going to go up per knock. Extreme Souls opting to fight 3D Max, dead in the open, and the Outlaws player holding him in zone. I don't think he's going to get that off. Top 4 now, make it top 3. I don't know what the heck went on here, but all I know is 3D Max, 14 eliminations to their name. Boba somehow got eliminated. VRZ Esports, though, somehow in the game still. XYQ getting the reset. It's anyone's game right now in Nuptura. It's all about who gets the prime positioning first.
Oof. He is the bush. He is the plant.
Put it in the backpack.
Do they take it? I know. Do they buy?
They get it at some point, I think, even if Zuko gets knocked here. Oh, he actually wins that. 1
actually
HP
wins
and
that.
3D
Now
Max.
he is the push.
Yeah. Hey, if it worked for him, it'd work for me, right? For the most part, though, XYQ, they had a force across the compound, got held out in the open. Unfortunately, down to just a solo now. Juancho versus the world. Oh, wait a second! Oh, he self-naded, I think. Okay. Great stuff out of 3D Max. I believe 16 total eliminations as a squad. Nice stuff from XYQ as well, though, denying the point. But Nubtura, I felt it went from 0 to 100 real quick that game.
It sure did. I disapproved of 3D Max's choices there, but you know what? It paid off. I like it. It's good. Finally, this is what we wanted to see out of them.
Well, guys, the Coops effect is real. 3D Max on top of the leaderboards. Coops carrying the load there. 6 elims to his name. And once again, 3D Max vaulting on their way back up to the top. I think that might have sealed the deal for them getting into this next stage. But we take a peek at the highlights here from game number 5 on Miramar. Enigma, any big thoughts or takeaways on this one?
It's just the caster curse here. You know, reality, we gave him the benefit of the doubt here. He made it a 1v3 spot down to a 1v1. Unfortunately, though, not coming out on the better end of the stick. But TSG as well, we got to call you out. You had a win early on, and losing these fights early game are not how you're wanting to do it. We hate seeing teams having winner chicken dinners, not in that top 8, especially with the 6-game format. So, and we got to call it like we said. The driving today still, guys, it's horrendous.
It really is. You know, you mentioned the caster curse, and I will say I was all hot and heavy on Free Point, right? You know, leading the way in damage. Free Point had 0 damage in game number 5, and 2 other players from Raid also had 0 damage, not a single point of damage. So basically, they were a non-issue on the battlegrounds this game, and man, Caster Curse is real. Neptura, though, we saw the zone here really forcing people to move, and A's caught the, the earhole shot here from Gonzalez out of the window, and ultimately, I felt like 3D just really did a nice job positioning on the embankment here while everyone else fought for that singular compound.
Yeah, I think a lesser team would have not been able to make this work, but, you know, you've got a very talented set of players there. You've got Coops joining you as well there, and I think they made a fairly bad position for anyone else work really well for them. 26 points on the board. You know what? I may not agree with their methods, but I can't argue with the result.
Absolutely not. We took a peek at the match rankings here. This is really interesting to me, right? We had 6 teams in the top 6, obviously, but several of those, all they had to do was get a few points. And you see the likes of Old Gangsters, Team Raid, Golden Boys, all putting up 0 rank points, but going out early. At least Golden Boys, though, puts up some elims, but I have a feeling we've got a couple point sponges in 3D Max and XYQ, but I think everything else is about to get interesting. I don't know about production, if we're ready to see the overall. I'm very curious to see where we are going into the last 8, and this is as tight as it ever could be. 5, 6, 7, and 8, all within 2 points of each other. But 3D Max all the way to the top spot right now, and with a chicken dinner, that'll give them the tiebreaker as well if they need it. But Enigma, reaction to the front page here.
I'm looking, even though we're looking at 5 through 8 in terms of closeness, even if you're Outlaws, if you're going out early and you're seeing those teams right below you get points, it's definitely going to be a nervous sight. Only 10, 12 point spread. If you go out with 0, you pull a 3D Max and just drop a big old donut after a good game, you're not going to be loving it, to say the least. But if I'm looking at Golden Boys, XYQ, 3D Max, I think they've secured themselves enough points to move on. I'm interested now more in seeing kind of what that bottom 8 looks like, because if the point spread, if we're looking at 6th place being around that 35 point mark, yeah, look at that 9th place, even 10th place. One solid game all the way down to 3 Sheeps Gaming. One solid game could be propelling themselves all the way up into 6th place and kind of just snaking themselves that qualification for tomorrow's matches.
Absolutely. With so many teams so close together, I think everything from 3 Sheeps and up is still in play right now. Obviously, it's going to take chicken dinners with big elims coming from those 9 through 12 teams, but honestly, with Bullet Club only 5 points back right now, it is not too shabby. Neptura, I would say that everyone down through Outlaws right now is probably looking pretty good to advance, because, I mean, quite frankly, you can't have all of the teams that are below you have a good game. It's got to be maybe 2, 3, 4 tops that are going to challenge for it. But I would say right now, if spots 5 and 6, oh boy, that is going to get absolutely interesting. Give us your reaction here to the standings after Game 5.
I mean, honestly, it's nerve-wracking for all of these teams. I would not want to be playing this, that is for sure. To be honest, my reaction, I went straight to kind of how I would coach this and kind of just go, this isn't the final game of finals. Just pretend it's not. This is just a regular scrim. No pressure, just do your thing. Because if you start thinking that it's the finals, it's the last game of the finals, we've got to hold on to our top 6, we got to get to top 6, whatever, and it's this close, you're not going to do anything. You're going to go home with 0 points at the end of the day. It's not going to be good. So just pretend it's a scrim. Just pretend it's not important, and you'll be fine.
That's an interesting mindset, but the reality is, it is the finals. It is the last day for many of these teams, and they've got to put up or shut up. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Challenger Finals. We're going into the last game next. We're going to take a quick break and come back and settle it all here on the Battlegrounds. Don't go anywhere. and welcome back. We are going to be bringing you guys the last game of the Challenger Finals of the Titan Series Season 5 action. Brought to you by PUBG Mobile Esports. So excited to dive into this one, Enigma. We have so many teams that are sniffing it. They're this close, right? Extreme Souls, they need 2 points right now. They got to close a 2-point gap. Old Gangsters, 2-point gap. 5-point gap for Bullet Club. Everybody is on pins and needles right now. The players have got to bring their A game. And as we wait for the final player to join this lobby, Enigma, give us your take here. What do they got to do to gut up and get that W and advance on Erangel?
I think it's more so just how do you deal with the pressure? You got to let it kind of make yourself better. Pressure makes diamonds, or it makes you crumble like gravel, so to speak. And I do like the idea Neptura brought up of that, play it more like a scrim, try to stay loose. But at the end of the day, some players aren't going to have that mindset. They're going to be thinking like what you're thinking, PB, of this is finals, like this is last game, and we're going to really see. I've had players myself on my team where it's just they're absolutely panicking in game. They're trying to make plays or they're too scared to fight. I'm hoping we see these teams stay calm, cool, and collected going to this last match, or it might be disastrous.
Great advice there. And as we load things up for our last game, we're going to do our final predictions of the evening. Who is going to take the cake in this last game? Neptura, I'll start with you. Who is going to pick up the W to secure, hopefully, a bid into Premier Finals?
You know what? I'm thinking we've got a lot coming in here. You know what? It's about time Boba Lovers got a win. Let's go with them. I want them to win this one. Let's go. Make production happy.
Neptura coming in with a Boba Lovers pick. I like it. It's making me thirsty. Enigma, what about you? Who are you picking for Game 6?
I'm ruining it. Screw production. We're going with Outlaws. They deserve a win at some point. They had the elims and stuff. They struggled the last 2 games. I want them to finish strong and finish in that top 6.
Absolutely. We've got a couple of teams right now just on the outside looking in. Extreme Souls in 7th, Old Gangsters in 8th, but both of those teams have eclipsed 20 elims each so far tonight. So I'm looking at one of them. I'm going to pick Old Gangsters because they had that pop-off game earlier. And we'll see if Old Gangsters can clutch up and get it done and vault into the top 6. So that's my pick. We'll see if they can get it done, but ultimately it all comes down to this. As Neptura put it, you got to kind of put it out of your mind, treat it as a scrim, but that's not what this is. This is the Challenger Finals, baby. It's the final game. It's do or die time, and winners move on to the Premier Finals tomorrow night. The top 6 is the goal. Enigma and Neptura take us away for the final game of the Challenger Finals.
Last game number 6. We already played 5. Just tuning in now. It's obviously me being Enigma, Neptura being the GOAT next to me. And for the most part, Neptura, we're looking at Erangel. Yet again, these teams, it's a pretty good playing path. This is the map where you get tested on it time and time again. Do you have the mechanics down? Do you have the standard level of play down? And we just saw the leaderboard totals. These teams are going to have to show up all the way through to the end if they're wanting to qualify for tomorrow's matches. So we asked you kind of your mentality already of it, right? But if you're an individual player, maybe even an IGL, do you feel like a lot of these teams have maybe that unnecessary stress, or do you feel like these teams are on enough of a professional level where maybe that doesn't affect them as much?
I would say probably the Premier teams that didn't make it to Premier probably have a little bit more of that expertise, a little bit more of that experience where it may not be affecting them so much here. Certainly teams kind of 15th and down, not really feeling that pressure as much perhaps. I'm really looking though towards between 5th and sort of 10th, 11th place. I think they're going to be feeling it a lot for sure. We have a lot of teams in there that aren't necessarily experienced. We don't know really what their experience is. They're a challenger team, it's that sort of thing coming into play here. So I do think we are looking probably at quite a bit of pressure. I wouldn't be surprised if we were looking at that.
One team, I'm not sure. I think this is 6 out of 6 games. They've had a contestant off drop. Seems like they win it for the most part each time. DE Esports, but they currently sit 13th. Even if they win this, they've got to put more than just this fight on the board. Winning the 1v1, Ying. This is the player that almost clutched the 1v3 last game, being eliminated early on. Reality now. 1 for 1 so far in this, but I really kind of wonder, was this really ever worth it? Both of you guys need the points to move on, and if you're shooting each other in the foot, none of you are actually even going to make it past that next portion of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate a hot drop last game from a team like Reality, right? Because the reality is they're last on the leaderboard. It's not looking good for them. So, you know what? Might as well try and get points wherever you can. If this was DE's idea to hot drop here, how dare you? Why are you doing this? You have so much more to live for. Stop it. But I think it's Reality's hot drop here. They've decided to hot drop this team. So far, not working out, but I appreciate the effort.
Yeah, always got to put in the effort. We're also seeing Outlaws. They were the team that landed School. I believe actually hearing all this commotion early on, they understand that this is the team as well that lands Rozhawk. So them choosing to go to the East now shows them, hey, they probably don't have any sort of loot, but that's not the only fight. Yeah, there's Naya, 3D Max. We're obviously looking at Carrie and the squad fighting here at the police station, actually just forcing the 1v1 on the guy possibly. Like a bit of an angle on Fate. This is a team as well. They're needing points for the most part, but if you force the 1v1, the S12K is going to reign supreme. Unfortunate stuff for them, but 3D Max starting their game off strong yet again with the early elimination.
Yeah, for sure. Nicely done there. I don't mind, again, Fate moving in on that position as Kaza is able to get rid of that team. And unfortunately, Thanos did go out there, so they don't come out of this unscathed, but 3 up is still enough to win, right? So looking okay. They'll be fine.
Yeah, unfortunate as well. That will be the end for Reality's competition days, I guess you could say. Obviously, appreciate seeing them. They made it through that meat grinder from that 85 to 10, I believe. So just stuff, to, give praise to there. But obviously, you got to go one step at a time. Hopefully we see them back. One team, though, that opted to take their original drop now is XYQ, dropping as Naya. They're grouped on this northeastern side. And OG, maybe they think this was Reality or Raid or someone, whoever they were fighting in those first 2 matches, now going to be XYQ. And I'm hoping that they don't bite off too much more than they can chew. Maybe they're actually focusing Old Gangsters with XYQ's total points. Might already be able to qualify with just a goose egg. So, Neptura, I got to ask, if you're XYQ, do you think they should just gridlock Old Gangsters if they know it's them?
Yeah, I mean, why not? You've got enough points where it's unlikely you're going to go out. If you go out here, it might be a little testy, but especially with OG not knowing you're there. Valak did the right thing here. They waited for them to come out in the open. There's no massive push coming in. They've played this carefully. Some may call it camping. I call it holding a position in the end, in the last game. It's fine. This is not them sitting in a corner for the entire game. They're just waiting for the opportune moment. It's good. AK, OP. Let's go.
Hey, you don't see the gun much, but when the bullets start connecting, you're eating damage. Unfortunately, not being able to get the thirst on Kid, who tried to actually go for that double knock on the cross, which I don't blame him for. But look at this. He's actually drawing so much attention. The rest of XYQ wrapping back towards the center of Yasnaya. And this is a drop that I know HH and Tensa both know on the back of their hand, playing this drop spot for, I believe, at least 2 years. While that was going on, Team Fate that landed in Yasnaya completely wiped off the face of the earth. Unfortunate for them, to say the least. Both the squads that basically already have contention in tomorrow's finals, still absorbing points, making everyone stress about moving on.
Yeah, for sure. They're not going down without a fight, right? They've not decided to go, we have enough points. They're really going for it, which is not helping matters for these lower teams. They really need these points, and none of these teams above the top 5 are allowing them to get any. So Fate go out, 0 points on the board for them. Unfortunately, Reality did get 1, but at the end of the day, it's just not enough. So GG's, we'll see you next time. But Old Gangsters still up as 4. They were able to get that res. So looking okay. And they're doing what teams in Pachinki should have done a long time ago. Moving out the back and going to go get a vehicle and just leaving Pachinki because it's just gridlock.
Yeah, I mean, on XYQ, they're perfectly fine with the gridlock. Look at Zeus. He's trying to set up a mountain bike. Get out of here thinking he's like a super secret agent or something. Not too sure, but I mean, you got to make the rotation at some point. I think you realize that this team is going to quote unquote grief you in some way, try to hold you in. And, you know, I personally don't blame them. Maybe XYQ wants this drop spot going into Premier Finals. They know the Premier teams will give it to them.
What are they doing?
I mean, I think only one.
saw
Oh, man. Yeah, it's too late.
Okay.
He did it too late. I think you heard the teams on that south side where they were rotating in. So now they're stuck in. And obviously XYQ, they're not going to probably push any further. They'll wait knowing OG's still in there. But really hate to see.
Yeah, that's a real shame because if you saw, they actually rotated away from those hills. They stood up there, looked, and then moved on. But of course, OG don't know that, and so they're gonna feel stuck, and they're actually not. So that's a big rip coming in there. Hopefully, they figure it out and they get out of there ASAP. Because I don't think staying in Pachinki is gonna be very good for their health.
Hey, thankfully for them, they're the ones playing and not me. I would have been stressing beyond belief. Not really, but, you know, I was cool as a cucumber. As always, not to toot my own horn. You know, but the beauty of it, though, is right now it's kind of that calm before the storm now. Those hot drops settled out. We still know kind of who we're keeping our eyes on in terms of that edge placement, 3 Sheets Gaming, stuff like that. We're looking at, obviously, Extreme Souls potentially moving up. And with these zone shifts, it's going to be a real deciding factor on who's going to maybe get those free placement points. And with it shifting up to, I actually kind of like the shift going towards Potato Hill.
Yeah, I don't mind it. The PUBG's given us a really easy sort of zone, a very standard zone for the last game, really allowing these teams to focus on their strategies and focus on those fights rather than the zone all the time, which is nice. And we're seeing a nice central position from all of these teams. We've only got a few who are actually outside of zone, and I want that purple car.
Hey,
what was that?
I'm liking these vehicles. Every time we play, I feel like we kind of just see more and more, and oh no. The rat. Rat gameplay coming on. Oh, there's no one in his building.
Yet.
Look at this, though. They're all grouped. Oh, no. Here we go. Shots coming down. He didn't get the knock, though, but the rest of OG moved yet.
That's got to be an instant nade.
Oh,
it is! But I didn't think it'd be on XYQ.
Yeah, Juancho, I think just a little bit too late on the reaction to the nade. Now it's going to come down kind of to Valak getting this 1v1 shot. ISO'd around. I believe HH is stuck across the street as well. So each of them are potentially going to have to force 1v1s. Valak, the first person perspective with the Visor, hits the headshot. He's got the right gun for it, but OG
GG's.
Working together on the positioning. Now down is just a dynamic duo. Kiddu waiting for the molly play. Some nades are getting bold, but if you hear it, you can move away from it. OG now congesting down. H is trying to cross still, I think, but solo on that south side. He's not going to get away for it for free. Tensa, 1v3 situation. He's got the right gun for it. It's a matter of if he can hit the solo shots or not on each of them. And look at this. I mean, they're just playing with their food at this point, waiting for him to move. Yep, stress him out. Make him make the first move. Now OG on the hunt. 12K. I believe that was actually a team smoke supporting Tensa, trying to get the cross. And I'm kind of wishing OG would move a little bit faster. You know you have the man advantage here, and you're letting him get away scot-free.
Yeah, they've really let him move back. That is unfortunate. You can't let them regroup, right? When you've got Tensa and HH as a pair, that's gonna be very difficult. Thankfully, they do get Tensa there, so now it's just back down to a solo. Nice push finally, but what? Come on, OG, you know better than that.
He almost got the thirst, but the door is saving his feet. Old Gangster's getting the 4 for none trade. Now we're looking at the center part of the zone. 3D Max playing this northern side of farm along that roadside that goes all the way across. And a lot of these teams, you know, I was expecting that fight with Old Gangsters to go the opposite way in favor of XYQ. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case. And now, with this being such a do-or-die game, I feel a lot of these teams are opting to take center position because right now, I'm seeing it. Everyone's kind of holding each other's hands.
They sure are. They're really playing this quietly. They're playing it very carefully, which you don't often see for a final game in a tournament, but you know, that's what happens when the points are so close like this. Every single point matters, so they're all holding out for the late game. But you know what's ironic about that, Enigma, is it means that teams go out very quickly all at once in very low placement.
Yeah, that means that your team's going to be moving together as a squad, and if someone makes the wrong call, maybe someone overextends, if everyone's together, you're going to be feeling the brunt of it. And no one likes that feeling, especially the last game. Extreme Souls now potentially feeling it. All 4 players up getting ran over by a Golden Boys player. And look at this, Extreme Souls completely split way too much, not able to help them whatsoever, forcing them to play the rest of this match out as a 3-man.
Yes, indeed. And actually, got a pretty good spot up there on the Pachinki Hills, looking pretty nice for now. Golden Boys looking to just move down off of that into those buildings. Don't blame them. It's a good spot to have. Good bit of property to own in this zone as we look at... Oh, it's actually got to be crashed upon. Okay, didn't realize there was somebody already here.
Yeah, Golden Boys, it looks like they were just sending it thinking it was free. Lotus trying to hold a split. Actually lost a player on the pull-up. Now it's a solo. Rest of the players trying to move up to give support. But if we're peeking with the reload out in Aptura, you're not going to get any shots down. 2 down on the Golden Boys. Down now. Looks like a third party onto the Lotus players. 1 up now. It's going to be just Reyna having to secure it for the team. And while this is happening, we can see on the top right, zone shifts to school. All these people playing safe have to make the rotation. And look at that, Golden Boys completely eliminated. Unfortunate for them, only having 2 points to their name. And this isn't even the end of it. These teams are having to make the rotations in, and it's not even stopping. Boba now forcing the fight with Bullet Club, another team that's desperately needing points, going back and forth with each other.
That's crazy. That's a big rip for sure here. Bullet Club, though, one of our winners here this evening, going head-to-head with TSG. Another one of our winners this evening, so we'll see how that works. But, ooh, hang on. 3D Max taking some shots, taking some names, and doing some business.
Yeah, Robs, I mean, he's up close and personal, and luckily Carey's coming in for the support. Big nade, though, if he can land it. Big damage, but he's got the pump. He's got to hit the shot. Strafing a bit with the FPP. Hit him through the little slits, maybe in the window. Big damage, but the rest of the team's flooding in. 3D Max, look at that, Carey. 5 eliminations to his name. 8 total for the squad. They're wanting to make sure that they're the ones that finish in first place and moving on. They're taking everyone's names in their book.
Oh, no!
TSG,
All right.
I think they were wanting to just take that position, but just getting beamed out of the car. Actually losing 2 players on rotation here. This is not a spot you're wanting to play so early on, especially as a duo. At this point, if you're a TSG fan, you're praying they get zoned. You're praying no one slams them.
I think it's not a coincidence that this has happened twice to 3 Sheet Gaming, where they just get exploded out of vehicle because they have 0 concept of who's in the building next to them. It's unfortunate, but why is it happening? I don't know. 3D Max, though, just looking at this leaderboard over here, 8 elims so far. Still 11 teams up right now, so they're having an excellent game so far. OGX with 5 and DE with 4 as well. As we look at those two, actually, OG and DE looking not really at each other, but they are neighbors, so it'll be interesting to see if anything starts between them as the zone has gone to this northern side.
Yeah, the issue, though, is DE, I think, they're just so far that they'd have to drop virtually, I think, a 15, maybe even 18 elimination game. They're so far down, and it is possible. They have been the team to win those 4v4 fights. Can they keep it going on to the late game? And at this point, I mean, I think you kind of almost just got to start sending this team. You don't know who's where, but knowing that you need the points, you don't want to just finish strong. You need to try to qualify for that top 6 finish.
Yeah, try is the key word here. You can't be going out and doing all kinds of things unless that's your, your reaction to stress and to pressure is just go all out. A lot of teams work very well under pressure. They do a lot of really good stuff when they feel like they have to get points right now. Maybe we're starting to see a little bit of that in some of these teams. But for the most part, most teams are going to want to keep that pressure away as much as possible.
Oh, oh no.
Okay. You know what I said about PUBG giving us a nice, easy zone so teams can work on their strat? No.
Yeah,
False hope.
I'm going to call it like I see it, okay? PUBG gods, they saw it. All these people wanted to play safe by farm, and they wanted to play around potato. Get them out of here.
Yeah.
Fill in the whole map. The top left was completely free outside of boba lovers playing on that. They actually opted to go in Pachinki and got pieced apart. So these teams like old gangsters and stuff like that, they took the fights early. They made sure to play their side of the map. And with them getting it, this could be a potential huge point swing for them being out of that top 6 finish. This is the time now where they need to start showing up.
You know what, though? For the zone itself, I actually really love when the zone goes this way because I am the open ground queen. I love ridges so much. And we've gone straight to one of the best parts on the map with all these really dynamic ridges and open ground. So much fun to watch teams navigate this. And we're going to get it for our final match of the night.
Yeah, Outlaw's spot, this little kind of canyon spot, this crater, I guess you could say, because it's almost 360. You play this spot well, you start farming teams that rotate through the field. We're talking 3D Max has full control of Rozhok Hill just to the north. And all these teams now, they opted on that south side. Like I said, no one coming in from the east. Everyone's flooding through this Pachinki side. So I'm expecting a lot of these teams, whether it's TSG, whether it's Raid, whether it's BC, having to fight their way into the zone. And with there being 11 teams alive, that's not something you're wanting to do so early on.
I think OG and DE really feeling the zone bless at the moment. They've had a really good shift go their way. They've got those compounds, so it's all good to go there. 3 Sheep Gaming do go out. Our first game winners go out with no points on the board, Enigma. That's gotta be rough.
Yeah, they started off strong and really just fumbled the bag in my eyes, making it into that next day's positioning. Obviously, we're seeing the battle tracker on the right side here. OGX having 5 elims to their name. BCX having 3, and of course, Raid having 2 to their name. So a lot of these teams are kind of on the board other than Outlaws, but you're looking for points. It's not going to be just 1, 2, or 3. You're needing that 8, 10, 12 point marker when we show those match results at the end. And the main thing I think is going to come down to is this zone shift right on to OG, baby. That's the team that needs it, and they are thanking the PUBG Mobile gods for this one.
How does Boba only have a solo left? Why? Why have you done this to me? Bro.
They were 4-man at some point, and I think they just got caught on rotation or something.
They just died.
Imagine if they even had a trio here. You know, like they hold this tractor and this hillside and maybe the tube in front of him. But no, instead, he's got to try to play loud. And Raid is actually, maybe they were the team that pressured Boba Lovers. They know something's up as a solo, and it's kind of only going to be a matter of time.
It is indeed. 3D Max looking very strong, though, on the northern side, right? They went up for that northern rotation. They've just now come into zone. They've got to go back down south, but they got to clear north first. And so far, it's looking like they can actually do a really good job of that.
Yeah, and it looks like Extreme Souls has Bullet Club pinned to trees right now. Neither team in the zone. One of them at least is up the hill trying to survive. 10 teams up. We're actually down to a duo for this team with only 3 elims. And the scary thing for me is, you know, we're fighting so far on this west side. OG is able to just rain down terror when you start driving. And it's not only going to be the west. We're worried about that north side where 3D Max is coming in. You honestly got to just start sending it for a spot in zone.
Yeah, it does feel like this has got to be a sort of just send it full send sort of deal. So many of these teams are not going to get good positions. You kind of just got to go for it. Maybe crash OG and then make your way in and try and take them out perhaps. Or not OG, who's Outlaw, who are over in the in that crater area. Maybe try and do that. It's a weaker position outside zone. Something like that. For now, though, and 3D Max going for Old Gangsters. Oh, this will be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Old Gangsters, they need to make sure they don't get wiped here. I know they have 7 eliminations, but the number, I think, was around 5-10 points, and you don't know exactly what that point spread's looking like, so you need to make sure you don't bite off more than you can chew. And if you're Brody, I think you honestly try to leave a smoke trail and leave. Don't just give up the building and the zone shift. It's not even going to be on their compound, really. It's going straight towards raid. All these teams, I mean, you're fighting for 1 or 2 rocks in this next zone.
I think this is the hardest zone. It has to be the hardest zone we've had so far tonight.
Yeah.
Hands down. This is insane.
A lot of these teams as well. I mean, you came from the south side, and that's why everyone's eliminated. But Pratty, he actually forced the 1v1 here, Carrie.
Wow.
Expecting it in the FVP. They actually lost 2 players coming in. 3v2 situation out. It is going to be Carrie trying to pre-molly. At least get some baited sort of, I guess, sound cues off. So look at this. It's not just them. Outlaws is on the backside of them. And a little bit of a pre-fire through the smoke. Give him a second one, baby. 7 eliminations to hit his name. Call him a one-man army. Putting it to work. Putting it to use. And, I mean, look at this. Outlaws now. They understand the damage at this compound. As long as they take their time, they should be able to wipe out both of these squads. And, unfortunately, there's still a few names up here that, if you're on that borderline leaderboard, you're not wanting to see.
Yeah, 100%. And the thing is, right, is that 3D Max don't have anything to lose by this. So they can just push all day long and just have some fun with it. They've got 10 elims right now, or more than that now, 11. They're big chilling. For Old Gangsters, this is life and death. So very, very important for them to get these points. They're now up to 10 eliminations, just down to a duo. But it could be enough.
Yeah, I was kind of scared, too, seeing Carrie play right in that corner of the room because there was a gas can right in front of him. Now trying to... Oh! Big nade out of him. 1 HP, though. Wow, and that might be disastrous for OG still. They might have enough, but Boba lovers, they were needing the points, trying to just scrape by a few extra placement points. The smoke play only getting 5th place. We're actually down in just our top 4 teams now. Up to
oh, my God.
DE... I mean, we went from, 8 to 4 teams, and DE now, they're holding the low ground, and Raid's holding the high, but this ain't Star Wars. Anyone can get knocked here, and for right now, DE Esports, they have all the control of the zone.
There's actually a lot of cover on this side, which I wouldn't have thought of, but that van is going to be crucial in this next zone here as it does move down towards DE. 6 elims isn't a whole lot for a team that's been in the middle of the zone for most of the game, but I think they've probably been trying to take that quiet approach for now and just wait until this top 4. It has worked, so now's the time to get those eliminations.
Yeah, you got to go for it. Put it all over the wall, make sure that you're putting the game into your hands, and looks like Outlaws is going to be the team that does that. Opening knock onto the Raid players. CatGod trying to actually just play it slow and not go for it. But Free Point, he's looking for the aim. No shots actually down on a Poppy Triste. A lot of these teams, they actually just rotated around them. They forgot about Outlaws. What are we doing here, guys? He gets 1, trying to get the Thirst teammate going in for the placement positions, and but jumping out. Now he's got to run it. He's got to run and gun at this point. They know where you're at. Looking like it might be down as just the last 2 teams. 3v3 situation. DE Esports on this eastern side of the road against Team Raid. Big nades coming down. Make that 2v3, and it's all going to be about who hits the connections first, and the nades on your feet. Move! 1 nade not there. It's not going to be enough. DE Esports, the last game when they needed the points, finishing the day with the winner chicken dinner.
Fantastic work. Exactly what they needed. Again, a team potentially working really well under that pressure, right? This is a team that was just on the cusp PB, of being able to still make it into the top 6. The question is, have they done enough?
I do not know if they have done enough, but we will see in just a moment. I am totally not muted for the stream.
There you go.
I was for you. I moved my Discord between matches to try to have all the stats. So you're telling me I'm muted and I'm not. That's that. Anyway, I have no idea if we are going to have enough points to get into that top 6. What I do know is a couple of teams that needed points desperately, they didn't get them. And some teams that did, they performed super, super well. So this is going to be really, really interesting. Enigma, who caught your eye here in this final game?
It's got to be DE. They have this early game fight that looked kind of disastrous. They lost a player early on, but for them being able to stay at 3-man, they got the zone a little bit of love in their way next to OG playing side by side and ultimately allowing them to win it with just a 3-man. So for that squad, I'm really interested in seeing how many points they were actually able to accumulate to see if they made that marker for top 6.
Man, that door blocking the way on HH24, that just made me very, very sad in the moment. I thought he was going to be able to get the flush there, and it just did not happen. But that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Neptura, which team stood out to you here in this last game?
Gosh, it's gotta be DE, it's gotta be OG. They had a couple of mistakes, but they kept bringing it back. I love to see that. Yeah, and 3D Max just having a lot of fun with it, but I've talked enough about them. Yeah, DE's gotta be the team, right? Because they pulled it out of the bag when they needed it the most, so big GG's. Unbelievable.
And then I'm going to check out the final plays here. Walk us through it.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, it was 3D Max. Sent a full send play on the OG, and, you know, I really thought that OG would just disengage and play their side of the zone, but if you have carry in your building, he pieced virtually 3 of your players, make it 4 with this, because if he's holding you in zone like that, it doesn't matter if he knocks you. You're dead either way to pop a blue, so unfortunate stuff from OG. And at the end here, Team Raid, I think, really kind of misplayed this. They had the upper ground position rotated completely by the third place team, Team Outlaws, and ultimately, in my eyes, kind of threw away that first place positioning. But for the most part, you know, at least getting into that top 3 placement.
Unbelievable. Well, here are your match rankings for our last game, with DE Esports picking up their first of the evening. That's a good time to pick up a chicken dinner, but will it be enough? Team Raid picking up 11 points. That is actually super, super clutch. One of the teams that desperately needed it. Outlaws once again in the top 3. Pretty consistent all night long. And Old Gangsters, for me, I called them out before the game, is this team needs it. They're going to get it. And 10 elims, they do. And ultimately, 3D Max with another impressive showing. Let's see where things shake up for the overall standings. Here they are, the top 6.
Whoa.
There we go. 3D Max coming up with a Challenger Finals victory. A pretty large margin here, too. We'll talk about that and the storylines here in just a moment. But with XYQ taking second place, Outlaws in third, Golden Boys fourth, Old Gangsters fifth, and Team Raid will be rounding out our top 6. Moving on to the Premier Finals tomorrow night. But Enigma, we had a few near misses with Boba Lovers and Extreme Souls. What happened for those folks, and they just didn't quite have enough?
You know, I prayed on the downfall of Boba Lovers that last game. I know the production team's going to hate me for it for the most part, but it really came down to that last game. We're talking 6 points. The team was just that close, but I think the telling tale sign is going to be those placements. 17 compared to 9. The bonus points wouldn't have really mattered in the end of it all. So it really shows, you know, push comes to shove, you need to get more than just 1 squad wipe. You got to make it to that late game, get at least 2, if not 3 squad wipes, and keep propelling yourself up the leaderboard, because it seemed like a lot of these teams, especially in the bottom 2 here in the bottom 8, it's probably going to be the same story. We win 1 fight, but we can't make it at all past that.
Absolutely. Well, again, big gap here for our top team. Neptura, it seemed like Carey, a.k.a. Coops, the second he stepped back into the lineup in Game 5, Game 6, a whole different team for 3D Max. What was the story there for them? And ultimately, any surprises you see in 9 through 16 here not making it through to the next game?
To be honest, I thought DE had done enough, but it looks like they were 10 points early, or 10 points away from it, unfortunately. 3-sheet gaming's got to be the biggest one, right? Starting out at the beginning of the night in Game 1, I could not have foreseen them ending up in 13th place with 23 points. and 10 of those being their win. They never got any more rank points after that. That is an insane stat to me. Yeah, that is crazy. But 3D Max winning, I was going to, say some French stuff, but actually with Kooks coming in, it was like 1% French, so I don't think it matters.
No worries at all. Surprises to me on this last page, Reality, man. I had them moving on. I didn't think they'd be like in the top 5, but I thought they'd squeak through. But oh my gosh, 16th? Like, what happened? The wheels fell off the bus for Team Reality. Well, while we are getting ready to kind of announce our premier teams and highlight tomorrow's action, I got some individual awards that I want to give away. Incredibly unofficial, but let's talk about it. Punisher, which is the most elims on the day, goes to Carey of 3D Max in only 3 games. He only played 3 games, and he gets the most elims out of everyone in the lobby. Are you kidding me? So next up, most damage, the Berserker. Carey from 3D Max. Are you kidding me? So he gets the most elims and the most damage.
Wow.
Like, what in the world? 3 games played tonight, and he's able to get both top categories. The Legend of Koops grows bigger. Iron Man for the most survival time goes to Poppy Tree Stay for Outlaws tonight. Congrats on staying alive longer than anyone else in the Battlegrounds. And on the flip side of that, the Allergic to Life Award goes to Thoughty684 from Reality. I'm sorry, man, but it happens.
Thoughty.
And then lastly, Marathon Man, the most distance travel tonight, goes to Cat God. He's got his running shoes on. He's traveling all kinds of places. So those are my individual awards I'm giving out tonight, but huge shout out to Carey from 3D Max. Impressive stuff all the way around. Enigma, hit me with your final thoughts from the evening. We saw an impressive performance from 3D Max with the bulk of that coming in the second half, but what are you looking forward to for tomorrow?
I'm looking forward to hopefully the same sort of point spread going into tomorrow. That sort of nail biter comes between 5 or 6 teams fighting for those placement spots and stuff like that. So the next portion, obviously tomorrow we're competing for those PMSL NA qualifiers. But if you're those teams today, even if you were just short of it, if you'd never played PUBG Mobile competitive before, you should still be giving yourselves a pat on the back. You did an amazing job making it this far. And hopefully you're able to learn if you didn't make it watching tomorrow's matches, or if you are playing tomorrow, try to absorb as much as you can to come back stronger.
Amazing. And Neptura, what about you? Any final thoughts from this evening's affairs?
I've honestly been so impressed with a lot of these challenger teams. Most of them were unknowns to me, so I was like, okay, I don't know what we're going to get. Probably a mixed bag. A lot of these teams don't have experience, but I have loved watching them. They are so talented. There's so much potential there. They've just got to get some tweaks, get some experience under their belt, but a really, really good show of skill from everybody concerned here. Even the teams that, came 15th and 16th have that potential. They just need to sort something out there. So hopefully they stick together. They come back for season 6. I'm really looking forward to it.
Well, that does it for Challenger Season 5. The finals have wrapped. Congratulations to 3D Max, XYQ, Outlaws, Golden Boys, Old Gangsters, and Team Raid. They will be joining the lobby for tomorrow night's Premier Finals, where they'll join the top 10 teams from Premier for the Premier Finals. The winners of that, the top 10, will be moving forward to the PMSL Fall Qualifiers for the Americas region. I'm so excited to see the action tomorrow night. Make sure you guys tune in at 4 p.m. Pacific for the Premier Finals, and follow PUBG Mobile on social media as well as the Titan series for all of your favorite PUBG Mobile esports action. I have been Power Bang this evening, as I always am, and thank you again to our wonderful casters for bringing the action tonight. Thanks to production, and we will see you guys tomorrow at 4. Take care.
Isn't quite gonna get it, but it just goes to show them who's a boss, right? Lotus Esports definitely saying, oi, be very aware of us.
Yeah, I think he's definitely in range to just sneak one on a good bounce over. Look at that! Re-knock and a double on Illusions with the absolute Tom Brady of a throw. We gotta finish with the push. It's a duo 2v3, on this western side. Free fire every angle. Raid, they're actually getting 2 knocks, and the BRC Esports solo, he's in zone. He's not gonna clean it up. Amazing win for Bullet Club. He's trying to play the hero play. He's moving close to try to save his teammate from getting knocked, but Calm, cool, and collected with the Bison. Bit of pre-fires coming out. No damage just yet, but shot in the back from the solo. I thought they were going to be holding hands on that one. Now on the back foot, we got to see what these players can do. 1 HP coming in. This nade should do it for HH. Actually going to miss. They're not going to spot him, and H sees him on the tree. 2v1 spot, but he hits the wrap. Tensa has the angle. XYQ win the 2v2 spot that I thought they had no right winning, coming out on top. Unfortunate to say the least, but look at this, forcing the 1v1. This is the only play you've got. UMP in hand, some good damage, but you got to connect some more.
Good.
There's one. 2 more left to find. They don't know where he's at, actually, but he's getting the pre-fires down. It's a 1v1 now. Wait a second.
Go on.
He's got to, you got to go for it. He's full sending it. 1v1 action. Hate on hate violence, but the jump shot. So XYQ, they had to force across the compound, got held out in the open. Unfortunately, down to just a solo now. Juancho versus the world. Oh, wait a second. Oh, he self-naded, I think. Okay. Team raid. Big nades coming down. Make that 2v3, and it's all going to be about who hits the connections first, and the nades on your feet. Move. One nade not there. It's not going to be enough. EE Sports.